What up, everybody? What's up, everybody? How's everybody doing? Ginger, Bruce, Kilted, and Cap, welcome in, welcome in. How's everybody doing? Joko, what up? How's everybody doing today? Got some we got some things to go over. All right, this is going to be a multi-part series. Cletus Van Dam, Polar Vortex, what up? We're going to be going over some pretty important videos here. If anybody would like to come up on panel and help discuss these, we're going to try and pay attention to what's going on in this video or series of videos. And yeah, we're going to Bluegrass, what up? Hold on a second. Let me get... No, not bridges. Videos. Videos of some shit that's going on. That was cast South Bend. Some pretty crazy shit. I'm trying to find it here. Just a second. Boom, boom, boom. Give me just a second, you guys. Okay, let me... C4T, what up? I just pinned the StreamYard link if anybody wants. Martin Rodriguez, what up? What up, Romano? EJ74, what's up, bro? Come on, man. Every booger AIDS. Oh boy. Oh boy. Chelonian Estate, what's up? How's Torty? Does anybody want to come up on panel? Freedom. Sound asleep. Right on. Bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Well, if you read from there, Chelonian Estate, brand up. So let some in here. 23 people watching. Bear Diesel, what up? If you read down there, that's what we're going to be going over. It's going to be a multi-part series. Thank you, ANCAP. It's a multi-part series that I'm going to do. City of South Bend was caught on a hot mic, I guess. And we're going to be going over these videos. We'll stop the video often and talk about it. Get input from you guys, questions. Let's have a discussion. OC Dub, good to see you. So anybody is welcome to come up on panel. Just know that if you do, you're going to be required to verify yourself. Famously, what's up, bro? Yeah. It's what we're doing, man. We're going to be going over this stuff right here. So I haven't watched these videos. So I don't know what we're going to come across. So open panel. Unindoctrinated. How you doing? Good to see you. The link in the chat. Don't make me do this alone. I'm going into it blind too. Right there it is. Let a few more people get in here. Oh, we got 20 in here, huh? All right. Yeah, if nobody wants to come up. On, what up? They want to charge you for... Wow. See. What's up, Claiborne? All right, guys. Well, nobody's going to come up, then we're going to jump on in it. Again, link is pinned. Anybody want to come up? Hot mic. Recording coming in hot. Caucasian Sass. We're going to be going, if you look at the scrolling banner at the bottom, this is what we're going to be going over, guys. Need everybody to go over to Unfamous and subscribe. You can watch the full video over there. But we're going to be doing a multi-part series here, going over the video. It's all good, Joko. No worries. You'll come up. Come on. I'm going into so. I definitely am going into it blind. I've heard a few things about it that were said in it, but that's about all. So everybody, please, thank you, ANCAP. Go subscribe to Famously Unfamous. The full videos will be over there, but we're gonna pick through it. We'll fast forward different parts. We'll talk about different things. So we need to get this message out here. You're almost new. Well, Claiborne, what the hell? Yeah. Guys, give me just a second here. I got to go do something. I will be right back. Again, it's an open panel. Anybody wants to come up, Yeah. We've got it all. So we're going to be going over that tonight. Give me just a second. What up? What up? Breaking news now. What's up, man? John Denicola, what up? Sorry, I had to go up front in the semi here real quick. Accountability Angel, what's up? We got some shit to go over, guys. It's pretty crazy shit that you're about to see. C4T, what's up, brother? This is what we're going. We're going over the part 1 right now. This is what we're going over. Part 1. We're just waiting on someone said it was going to come up on panel, so just waiting on him real quick, and then we'll get this party started, guys. Don't go nowhere. Again, we'll pause it every now and then, and we'll talk about it, and we'll go from there. Welcome in, brother. How you doing?
Good to see you, bro. How you doing?
Yes, sir. I'm doing. I can't say I'm doing all right, but I'm doing.
Well, good for it, brother.
This is some pretty crazy shit that come across here, man.
Excited. I can't wait.
They left a hot mic going for 2 weeks. 2 weeks, and we've got it all. Yeah. Yeah. Scrolling down at the bottom of it there, it talks a little bit about it. I just took from a description on one of the videos and posting it down there. So it's just a little teaser, but if y'all are ready, we are going to get into it. So here we go. Ryan Holtzinger, what's up? Anna Banana, what's up? Let me know if we can hear this when it starts going here. Just having trouble getting this all set up.
As Mr. Britt stated in his email, there's no expectation of privacy in a public building.
You can hear it, but it is a bit weird.
That's probably because of the video and it was screen recorded.
Before now that we're going into budget season, it's of course, part of a larger picture of where we want to go, where do we want to go? And I don't know what's quite going on with the audio here. Someone's feedback here.
It might be on them. Let it go.
It is.
It's
they're messing with it, and it's a screen recording of the video. So
it is off.
me see if I can turn it up just a little bit.
It could have been someone,
No, it's all the way up.
someone else on Zoom. So yes, please mute your mics so we don't get feedback here in council chambers.
One other thing to note, in addition to the capital, in addition to that one time or those large capital expenditures, that is something the mayor said a few times, which is just we have increased costs. Inflation is something that we have had to grapple with in a way that we haven't in the past few years when we put together this budget. And there's a couple areas where this hit us particularly hard. Fuel is one. So anybody who's gone to the gas pump in the last few months knows this. The city has over 1,000 vehicles that we drive, and particularly in departments like police, fire, solid waste. There's the increase in gas costs and diesel cost hits pretty hard. And so we went from in 2022 budgeting about $2.30 a gallon to in 2023 budgeting over $4 a gallon.
A good idea of what we have as far as vehicles, because mileage has not been kept. Gas consumption has not been kept. Phantom damage has not been kept. EMA is missing registrations from their car. We have a PSAP truck we haven't a title for. So that's part of the thing. And I am taking the fleet manager out.
A little different. If you could state your name and address for the record,
Yes.
please.
Hello,
Hi.
council people, neighbors. My name is Patricia G. Smith. I live at 817 O'Brien Street, South Bend, Indiana. And it says something about ESP jewelry. When is that going to be removed? Over on Elwood. We've been waiting a long time for that to be removed.
12 years
And the
they've been
city
waiting for
decided
this
that they
building.
wanted the area over there on Lincoln Way and Wilbur. It's down. That building is down. It was not down in about a month and a half. We've been waiting forever for the jewelry place to be removed and made pretty like the place over on Lincoln Way and Wilbur. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, and I don't like the trash in the front. The trash needs to be in the alleys. Thank you.
I
You're
like
welcome.
her.
Thank
She's
you for your
got a valid
comments.
point.
Mr. Parker?
Yeah,
or-
that's reasonable. Am I coming in too loud?
No, you're good. But look right here. Look, guys. This is the site that they're talking about. 12 years it's been sitting just like this. 12 years. Well, I don't know about just like this, but 12 years it's been in the process of demolition of itself. "12 years." And the thing is,
I was just
Um,
fixing to say, did they drop that before they realized there was asbestos there?
that I don't know, but I do know that they don't have a reclamation system. When it rains, all this asbestos is going into the water, and they're recycling it to the treatment plants and then right back into the water system.
Okay. Sounds like the government to me.
There's a new fence, no asbestos signs. It drains into the sewers. Famously lives there. What up, Tag? So this is what we're dealing with. This is South Bend, Indiana, guys. This is the place that just had the ACLU of Indiana file a lawsuit against the state of Indiana for their 25-foot rule, by the way.
Right. They're all aware of parabolic mics, right?
I doubt it.
Are you aware of parabolic mics? Let's
Yes.
get you one.
Mayor Mueller, would you like to address her concerns, please?
Yes, we know we want to take care of these properties as quickly as possible. The property on Lincoln Way was an emergency.
Now what he just posted here is key to a lot of this. Because I don't know if you guys know much about Notre Dame. They have a law school. So they are feeding into the corrupt system, which is South Bend. and Mishawaka and Elkhart and the surrounding areas. So all their judges, all their lawyers, they're coming from Notre Dame. So all of it, oh yeah,
Yes.
all of this is relevant because it's one big conflict of interest. Put it that way.
In order. The Drury site, we are in the process of gaining ownership of the property. We have crossed all of the, we got the tax deeds certificates from the county commissioners earlier this year. We moved through the process where the former property owner could contest it. So we're past all of the big hurdles. We are just on the final hurdle of getting full title of this property before doing so. But then once that happens, then we will, I mean, we should be announcing within a matter of weeks a plan and a timeline for dealing with the Drury site.
We were extremely lucky to get Richard as our IT director. You can tell he's very squared away, knows what he's doing, and comes with a wealth of knowledge and stuff from Elkhart. I think you all know that we have had 3 of our people, EMA, are no longer working for us. There was huge issues in that. One that you guys have been a part of trying to update these sirens for a long, long time, which have never been done. Just the other things that have gone on there from mileage, attendance, and then when the new interim director took over, he found that 2 months of mail was sitting in the mailroom that hadn't been opened, and we are working to try to get all of the paperwork back to the state because they had forms.
Now, this is the first 6 minutes of a 2-week stream so far.
Just fixing to say, how the hell do you have 2 months of mail? Dude, if I leave mine in the mailbox for more than 4 days, my mail lady comes in and knocks on the door, make sure we're still alive.
Oh, yeah, yeah. And they had 2 months sitting on a desk and didn't know it?
Why do I have the strange feeling that it was selected mail they didn't want to know about?
Probably bills they didn't want to pay. Be my guess. But think about this. We are 6 minutes into 2 weeks of hot mics, guys. 6 minutes.
You know, we could probably do a whole series on this.
I'm going to.
So let's roll it out, baby. We'll see how far it goes.
You guys in the chat, listen carefully.
That were never filled out, turned in, updated. So we're fixing all that is another thing. The other thing that everybody here has worked on, and it started with Mark's suggestion for building security. We need to get an executive session with you guys and the people who are doing a proposal. When we met with Sheriff Redmond and Major Noonan, which Bobby K and Raphael were there, they cannot staff what we have currently in the county city building. So there's a proposal from Trident Security, which are sworn officers of the South Bend Police who do off-duty work. So we'll present that in an executive session probably next week or whenever y'all can do that. So we're doing that. I thank Corey for.
Yeah, let's not worry about the asbestos and the real detriment to our community that pays our salaries. Let's just go ahead and take care of the workers.
You got my baby daddy in chat. That's Toe for Life. He's famous.
Toe for Life. What up, man? Yeah, I had the pleasure of meeting up with him on my way through Austin.
Ooh, special.
Good times. I didn't have a lot of time, but 7 minutes in on this.
Hooking us up with Enterprise, because that's going to really give us a good idea of what we have as far as vehicles, because mileage has not been kept. Gas consumption has not been kept. Phantom damage has not been kept.
Why are they not keeping track of mileage and consumption and damages?
What is phantom damage?
Huh?
What is phantom damage? That's what he just said. Phantom damage.
I know.
Did ghost hurt your police cars?
Damage that's not really there.
Oh, damage that they can just charge money for? Okay.
Did they write off?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
EMA is missing registrations from their car. We have a PSAP truck we haven't a title for. So that's part of the thing. And I am taking the fleet manager out. We've talked about that with Kim.
a CJ and PA. If you read along the bottom there, it tells you what's going on. South Bend Clerk of Indiana is they left this is a hot mic. They left this going for 2 months or 2 weeks. 2 weeks of hot mic. I have a feeling we are 7 minutes in. I have a feeling we're going to come across a lot of stuff here, guys. We'll stop it from time to time. We can talk about it. Anybody wants to come up on panel, the link's in the chat, guys. Let's talk about it. Let's discuss it. Let's get this shared out there.
Until we get our final information from Enterprise to see if we really need that, or they can do it, or a combination of both. So we'll get working on that. We've met with the ERP. I've assigned somebody, called him the fourth commissioner. He will now be working exclusively with Butler Incentive to get that. Oh, okay, my bad. Either way, 3.5. So his job is now going to be specifically to help them, which I think he brings some level of expertise so they can get that going. That's one of the reasons that we gave. Yeah. Yep. So that's his, so yeah, he knows his stuff, so that'll be good. So that's why we gave a bump to our secretary, our executive secretary, because she's taking a lot of his things that he did, which was a lot of other things. So should be concentrating on that. And one of the things in the budget and whatever line item that was, there was a contract signed 4 years ago for $750,000 to rent a parking garage for our vehicles that we pay. I don't know what numbers, but I think it's $79,000 a year.
79.2.
Okay, so actually Friday I'm going because I have been told and I haven't seen it yet. Elevators don't work. It's filthy, homeless. It's a bad thing. So if we can get out of that contract, we will, because that's a lot of.
Why? Did you hear what he just did there? He just had to throw in the homeless.
Say that it was filthy homeless?
Yeah.
That a location was homeless, or that the homeless were filthy?
That's
It's filthy, homeless. It's a bad thing. So if we can get out of that contract, numbers, I think it's $79,000 a year.
79.2.
Okay, so actually Friday I'm going because I have been told and I haven't seen it yet. Elevators don't work. It's filthy, homeless. It's a bad thing. So if we can get out of that contract, we will, because that's a lot of money just for so many cars, because all of the other cars in our fleet park there. I think some employees park there, but then some employees have to pay. I don't know. It's just kind of bizarre. So we'll check into that. So that's a lot of money for parking. So we'll look at that.
Now that's the parking garage that they're talking about is really bad. The concrete's breaking apart. The pillars are, yeah, it's really bad. We kind of, when I was over there.
How old it is?
What's that?
Do we have any idea how old it is?
Famously, do you know how old that parking garage is?
Because a parking garage should last 30 years. And if it's not, it's shoddy construction and shoddy materials. And I guarantee you these people put some money in their pockets.
Well, and see a lot of South Bend area, the whole area, Mishawaka, Elkhart, they used the wrong mixtures for concrete. They used cheap steel. So yeah, I mean it's going to.
Right.
Not
so you're
last.
talking about some deeply embedded corruption that has reached the light of day. And as we know, sunlight is the best disinfectant.
Oh, absolutely. And you got to realize it's a hub for railroad too. So there's that too. But the main issue in South Bend area.
If it's a 30-year-old parking garage, it has served its serviceable life. It may be time to tear it down and replace it, depending on the materials and construction and design.
But they shouldn't have waited for it to start breaking apart before doing it.
True.
They shouldn't have been funneling it into their pockets and should have been putting the money where it goes. Again, Elkhart and South Bend, Indiana, Notre Dame University, there's a law program there. It's what's causing 90% of the issues here, because they're funneling in public defenders, prosecutors, judges, everything from the law school, and they're keeping them right there. They all go to school together. They're all friends on Facebook, which is a conflict of interest. So this is unreal. This is unacceptable. And the way they talk about these issues so far is just crazy to me.
And then also some of the parcels, once we clear some of that up, we have in the, Bobby, remember how many pieces of property we owned in the city? It was over 100, right? All right, it was a lot, at least. So yeah, so once.
Now listen carefully. You'll hear this guy say something, and then they'll all kind of chuckle. Listen carefully. I think this is where they were talking about. Yeah.
We find that from who has the exact data. Carlson, we'll come to you and talk, because I'm of the mind of, why don't we sell all those things that we have to mow, maintain, give them a citizen to buy them for $1. They have it, they pay taxes, and we get it off our plate. So that's another thing we're working on. We're working on possibly bidding out the rest of snowplow and mowing, because we have way too many miles. We don't have enough people to do that. So we're getting caught up on that. So thank you guys for helping out and giving stuff when we need to do it, and good give and take. We did, or I did, eliminated the county executive, which has been on the plate here for a while, that Andy talked about in his state of the county. My view, that should be my job, or soon to be job, or whatever. So we don't need an added layer between us and you and that. And I think there also, at one time, was a projected project manager, which we don't need. So that's collectively us working together and doing things. I think we can handle anything that would arise when we're talking to each other, working with each other, or whatever. So that's a good thing. There's probably stuff I missed, so if y'all have questions.
Let me just sum up the seeded fund, because sometimes we overlook that and then we decide we'd like to talk about it way late in the game. So seeded fund, which is page 7 for those of you following along at home, is where we catch some additional commissioner expenses, like legal expenses, which are being requested as an increase. We typically spend more than the budget is, so you can either budget more, or you can see the commissioner.
We typically spend more than what the budget is. So we can spend more or
budget more. We can plan to spend more right now and deficit spend to our heart's content. Or we can attempt to pretend we have some level of competence and actual accountability and budget more and still spend to our heart's content.
Correct.
Good translation.
Back next summer for an additional appropriation, your choice. There's also an increase for leaf pickup, which is contractual with the organization that does the leaf pickup. And there's an increase in the line item that we use for demolitions. Over time, we had allowed the demolition line item to drizzle down to almost.
Here's an idea. How about, instead of contracting for leaf pickup, how about allowing people to burn the leaves in town? That's one solution.
Then
It's nothing, and therefore no demolitions were being done.
I'm sorry.
Then they can't charge you for that. They can charge you for leaf pickup, and they can charge you for burn permits, but they can't determine how much you burn when you get a burn permit.
So they'd have to go based on the size of your yard and the number of trees.
Or something like that. Yeah, I'm sure they'd find some way to screw you real hard.
Well, and see, that's what they do in Illinois. They charge you rainwater waste or runoff based on the size of your yard.
Twice for water. They hit us twice for water, and they call the other half sewage.
Okay, this is where he says it comes
on parcels that the county needed to demolish. Well, with this aggressive code enforcement that we're involved in, it may very well be that we're going to need to have some demolition money for some of those parcels in the long range. The increase is $250,000. The actual total is $700,000. So I think that the concept from the budget manager on the 7th floor, Kara, is that she's going to pay out more than $400,000 in legal fees. The question is whether or not you want to budget it, because we're going to have more than $400,000 in legal fees, or whether or not you want to see it as an additional appropriation next summer. All the above. So I think that attorneys that are on staff have scopes of work that are covered for their $30,000 paychecks, and then everything else they bill at hourly rates.
What the?
Most of the attorneys we have on staff, they're paid more because they look at a piece of paper or something.
Yeah, you may be right on the scope of, I don't know the scope of work that's covered under their salary.
I think they take a job as, let's say, a deputy attorney for 30,000, next thing you know, they're making $100,000.
They are billing for hours, you're right.
So not only do they get an actual salary paycheck, they also bill hourly.
All right, we're what, 20 minutes in, 10 minutes into this, and so far we have a cleanup project whose funds have been completely drained. $400,000 in legal fees that will either be appropriated next summer or will be budgeted for next summer. $750,000 in what did he call it? Aggressive curbside?
Yeah, something like that.
It was a combination of leaves and other types like that. And a problem with where the trash is kept.
And don't forget the dilapidated parking garages, buildings with asbestos.
And the falling in parking garage that services the downtown business area. This is absolute solid gold, dude. Let's go with it.
We have like 25, 30 attorneys on staff.
No, we have 4 in the commissioners.
What famously is talking about here is the ACLU of Indiana coming in to sue the state of Indiana for their unlawful, unconstitutional 25-foot rule, where it states that as of July 1st, we have to stay 25 foot back from an officer while they're on scene. And the way it's written, one officer can tell you 25 foot, and then another officer can come over and tell you another 25 foot, and another and another. There's no end to it.
Right. Well, there is. They can only hire so many officers, but here's the issue with that. Part of this whole First Amendment protection thing is to protect the people being pulled over, to protect the cops that are doing the pulling over, and to protect you while you're filming them doing their duties. You have to be close enough to know what's going on, because if you're not, that is a safety issue for you.
Correct. You know, I want to be able to hear if there's something going down, so I can take appropriate measures, because the cops are not responsible for our safety. That's been ruled on many times.
At all.
Guess who's responsible for Sasquatch's safety? Sasquatch.
Oh,
guess who's responsible for my safety?
That is fine. I'll protect my safety.
I don't want the cops in charge of my safety. They kill people without any reason.
You know why I call cops? There's only one good reason to call a cop, in my opinion. When you need paperwork done.
What do you mean?
If you have a problem and somebody kicks in your door and they're going to come start some trash in your living room, when you're done dealing with that problem, call the cops and have them fill out all the paperwork necessary.
Why bother? There won't be no need for the cops at that point. You just call the coroner.
When you have a corpse, you have to call somebody to come deal with it.
Well, yeah.
That's what they're good for.
Yeah. Come pick up the garbage.
There's one in the assessor, one in the sheriff, not 20.
I think there's 8 or 9.
Your council attorney.
But you're saying the billable hours, you're adding up, that's it.
It does come up every year, so I'm not discounting your point.
So why don't we get a track of it and leave it as is and have it come and justify?
I think that's what we've done in years past. We've had the same exact conversation.
Was it high last year because of the redistricting stuff?
Well, there have been one-offs. Redistricting was the fun one this last year.
My suggestion is and look at that. Right, that's what I'm saying. You're welcome. That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. Keep it and let them come back and tell us why they need it.
And maybe instead of waiting until they're out of money, you could request some type of quarterly update on what we spent our legal fees on.
There you go.
So it's not surprising.
There you go.
I think you're going to find it's normal stuff, so I'm not actually trying to make it sound sarcastic.
Yeah, but that alleviates the speculation.
So you want us, or we can,
That's right. That's right.
Correct.
okay, I can retro that and ask them to send us what they've spent the money on this year.
That'd be great.
And that's a good, we can quarterly, hey, y'all need to tell us.
So this, on page 7, you're saying to the 700,000.
Absolutely.
I think that's what Corey said. There was one of 9.
You're laughing about millions of dollars. Just laughing it off.
And one more thing that we're checking on is, we've talked about a redevelopment of their salaries of how much money redevelopment should be paying that. So once we get that stuff, we'll put that in.
How much are we paying the attorneys to figure that out?
We should have went to law school.
This is where we take a shot at Steve.
I should have studied in school.
He only gets a salary from the commissioner's budget. All other time is billed as incurred.
Unreal. Salary.
The election board doesn't have a separate line item
Sounds
for
like
attorneys, so he's just
hourly
billing for that.
Billing is a bonus.
I should have studied more in school. I should have studied. Shouldn't have dropped out of high school.
What the
No,
fuck?
that's a good point to find, because I get you all, it's a good gig.
So, yes, we have a contract, and
A good
I don't remember
gig.
what the old price was. Was it like $2 million at one point in time?
A
What's
good
that?
gig. It's a good gig. Yeah, we get to charge you salary and then hourly on top of the salary, and that's a good gig. He's not
With
wrong.
taxpayer money. It's not their money, so they don't care.
Yeah, they haven't, a single person has not said anything about reducing cost, not overspending, not over budgeting, not any of it. Just more, and then more.
Gimme.
All the Gibbs.
This is unreal. And remember, if you're just coming into the stream, we are 16 minutes in 2 weeks. 2 weeks worth of this hot mic that was live streamed through the internet.
We were paying 1.2 and it was gonna go to 1.7 and then 3.3.
But you're right, it does seem like it has creeped back up.
Should I call Mish and, that's a joke. Bob, how long was that you guys, a couple of years ago, did a,
Well, this says it's a 2022, this says it's a 2022 through 2027 contract. So was it just a year ago, probably?
Yeah, it's all set. I mean, it's a gift.
Would we all like copies of that contract? I mean, it's a public document. No, Kara can pull it.
Kara, yeah, I'll check, I'll have Kara check that.
I want to skip forward, but then again, I don't, because
You never know.
these people are
They're casually discussing the dispensations of millions of dollars, and none of them are concerned about any of it.
and the destruction of the fucking city that pays them and fucking battens their wallets. It is unreal the level of disconnect they have within themselves, even.
Yeah, 2027. And it's got built-in escalators. Bob, you also have mentioned in the past that you felt like there were some things that were gray in the contract, like who pays for what? fuel or who pays for where he dumps leaves. I don't know the contract well enough to answer that.
Part of the contract is he was expecting to purchase or lease new equipment too, so I guess maybe there'd be a reason to look to make sure that actually happened, if that's the roads that we score. You know what?
It sat at Corey's house all last October.
If I may, under this contract, what does the commissioner make under this? 5% increase.
So 50,400, 50,400 for a regular commissioner and 55,440 for a presidential commissioner. Yeah. No, they do not check in on Cronus. Elected officials don't have to. Demolitions. The request was that we hold additional dollars there in that line item for demolitions. It was the only reason. There's really very little else paid out of that, though.
Pause for a second.
Space studies, we haven't done a space.
A moment ago, they mentioned in a built-in escalator. They were talking about funding on that statement, weren't they?
I don't know if it's funding or payroll.
But raising the value or the cost of something over time, a built-in escalator.
Automatically. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Making sure I understood what I heard.
Study. Well, if you recall, we're trying to get 500,000 from South Bend just to do the current list of demolitions. So it could be that much a year. She had what? Yeah, I think she has 100 in her budget.
So that, like, the thing like that building at Portage Manor, remember, they started at 450, and when we were out there, like, I think we, or whoever's an expert in that, this is greatly exaggerated of what they're asking for. And like, we had that businessman we took the tour the other day, and he said he could knock that down for like 40,000. Like, so there's a disconnect. So I guess we need to go look at, could that something be?
Wait, did he just say that they had it budgeted for 400,000 and a guy it said he could knock it down for 40,000 and they told him no? Is that what
Yep, I think so. I think that's what I heard. That's what I understood.
Let's keep going, guys.
Done in-house down the road or whatever, but for us to be getting bids out for, what was that, 30 by 40 building, 450,000 is crazy. So, but that's the part of what Abby, and they're going to be increasing with the new code stuff and paying more attention to buildings that are horrible, because there was never really a big budget. But I think the way I'm looking at it, we, or me or whoever, we need to go find somebody that can take these down at, that price is crazy. So.
Accidental demolitions, accidental demolitions, accidental demolitions, accidental demolitions.
Y'all heard that, right?
Yeah, like 12 times. Yeah.
Well, it was repeated on purpose in the video.
Demolition? Isn't that called fraud? Isn't that like arson?
Watch this guy when they say that. Watch this guy right here.
Stuff and paying more attention to buildings that are horrible, because there was never really a big budget. But I think the way I'm looking at it, we, or me or whoever, we need to go find somebody that can take these down at, that price is crazy. So.
Accidental demolitions, accidental demolitions, accidental demolitions, accidental demolitions.
Watch the guy in the top left. He knows. He's like,
I'm sure we can go find some contractors that would love to work. I'm sure we could find some contractors who would love to work. But again, there's some people, well, we didn't get the right paper. We'll help you get the paperwork. You'd get it.
Actually, the conversation we were having recently was not to use ARP, but it was to use this money from South Bend. We were hoping to not use the ARP. Yeah.
We haven't budgeted the revenue from South Bend because we don't know for sure if they're going to pay. I mean, if we could, if we think that we have a reasonable chance, I mean, what do you guys think? I mean, I sent a letter to their controller about 2 months.
What's that?
I said, I think we just found our phantom damages.
Yeah, accidental fucking demolition.
Is that what the cops do when they kick in your door and start with the blast bangs and stuff?
God, dude, I don't know, but everything they say is top tier
Psychotic.
fucking
Evil.
corruption.
Corruption. Yes.
And remember, this is where our transportation secretary is from. He was mayor here.
I'm not even going to say that man's name because you'll get a strike if I say it.
What, butt plug?
Oh, we can go deeper than that.
Good, let's not go deeper on that one. Back to it, guys.
Months ago, and he didn't respond. The building department, that is a joint county city building department, has cash reserves that have built up over the last 20 years. And there's enough money, we think, to pay us out about $500,000, and they could pay themselves out. To lower those cash reserves, where each entity could take a little bit of money out of the fund. It's all provided for in the contract, but the contract is real old. You know, it's like 20 years old.
I know you got something to say.
How do you pay yourself out and then pay out some other people from a contract that's 20 years old that should have been overtaken by inflation easily since then?
Probably 4 or 5 times over.
Oh,
in 20 years, you figure inflation hits what, every 3 or 4, maybe 5, depending on who's in office. I mean, if we're keeping it 100% here, sometimes it goes up faster than others. If you have a good, if you have somebody in office that's, say, a businessman, then they know how to run the country's finances, and therefore, then your supply and demand kind of evens out. Your money flow kind of starts to go.
When you elect a lawyer, he knows how to boggle the books.
Exactly. Exactly. All right.
And if he didn't respond, that's not a good sign.
That means he's stalling. Or,
There was
yeah.
a response.
Oh, you got to.
Yeah, I don't know who was on what email. So the two attorneys are talking to each other, the South Bend attorney and the county attorney, about writing a.
By the way, those of you just coming in, please go sub to Famously Unfamous. He's the one that's got this out here. We're going to probably let this whole video play, but there's some 3-hour videos, and we'll probably pick through them, skip through. But if you're not subscribed to Famously Unfamous, please do so at this time. Thank you for tuning in.
New building department agreement. Sorry, I know that's sarcastic, but it's true. The following page, if you're ready for it, is page 9, which is a budget that John has put in the book here in the last couple of years, which is our workers' comp and liability fund. We grab dollars from all the different departments that owe liability checks to the county because they may have lawsuits that need to be handled or settled. And we put those into this fund to pay out things that are related to liability. The commissioner just told you that he wants to remove the fleet manager from this request, so John can take the fleet manager.
Go ahead.
Just grab dollars from liability funds all over the county to use for the city.
Yeah, just grab it wherever you need to. You got all kinds of departments that got extra money, so they don't need it, in case their budgets go over. So just grab it.
Okay. All right. I'll stop.
You're out. We've already put the insurance investigator back into the general fund with the rest of the HR department. So the only person left in this fund would be the risk manager or risk coordinator, I think.
The safety director.
Safety director.
And that person will now be in charge. I took away Brian's, because at the last meetings, when I think you guys asked the sheriff, who does the panic buttons, they said maintenance said sheriff. So I ended that. So Mr. Yeary is now going to be in charge of all of the cameras, in this building, which don't work. And all of the panic buttons, we're missing 35. So that.
What? All of the
When-
cameras which don't work and the panic buttons which were
That don't
missing
work.
35.
When you listen to the old John Gotti tapes where he was sitting around planning his mafioso business, it was very much like this, right? Like, it sounded very much like this.
Absolutely. And
That can't be a coincidence.
no, not 35 cams don't work. Let's back that up just a hair. Hold on. We're at, let's go. I think right here will be fine.
Person will now be in charge. I took away Brian's, because at the last meetings, when I think you guys asked the sheriff, who does the panic buttons, they said maintenance said sheriff. So I ended that. So Mr. Yuri is now going to be in charge of all of the cameras in this building, which don't work, and all of the panic buttons, we're missing 35. So that will all be his. So that's off Brian's plate. So he worries about maintenance. So Robert will get that done on that. So.
You may
All
have
the
remembered a
cameras
couple
don't
departments complained because their liability transfer was changed. PSAPs was probably the largest jump, and that was because John reran the liability allocation to those funds. And it was fair. They just didn't like theirs going up.
Hold on. They decided that people who were
The
responsible,
only employee in
Hold on,
this fund got
Go ahead.
they decided that these people who were responsible for the liability of some action or thing that they did that they were likely to be sued for, they voted to change the liability quotient to another department that has the money to pay for that.
Yeah.
That's got to be. That can't be
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, it is. The ethics are spot on. This is unreal. And how far are we into this?
Like 15 minutes.
23 minutes into 2 weeks of streaming, hot mic streaming. Think about everything that we've heard so far. And we're 23 minutes in.
I'm in, dude. I'm here.
There's 12 other videos.
Yes.
There is 12 other videos to go through.
I'm gonna need more alcohol.
Well, we're not doing all them tonight. We're gonna do a mini
Oh
series.
no, I'm definitely gonna stock up though. I want in on this, dude. Let me in.
There's someone else that wants in on it too, and I'm not gonna mention no names, but
Ah,
hopefully,
that's fine.
if he gets off work tonight, he'll be coming in. We might do 2 videos tonight.
We'll
a
see.
5% raise as well.
Oh, let's back that up a minute.
One person left. Safe was because John reran the liability allocation to those funds, and it was fair. They just didn't like theirs going up.
Of course,
The
they
only
didn't like it going
employee
up.
in this fund got a 5% raise as well.
What?
One person left.
What?
Safety director.
Get that done on that. So.
Wait,
You
no,
may
we
have
didn't.
remembered a couple departments complained because their liability transfer was changed. PSAPs was probably the largest jump, and that was because John reran the liability allocation to those funds. And it was fair. They just didn't like theirs going up. The only employee in this fund got a 5% raise as well. One person left. Safety director.
They said earlier the safety director.
That's the entire.
Another title.
Yeah,
He
didn't they
didn't
say they was going to reallocate that title too?
they eliminated the safety director title and is now the
Going to this guy that's coming in to take over.
HR, a ranger or something. I can't remember.
Fucking Purple Power Ranger, I think is what they said.
Right.
Commissioners, fire away if you have other questions for Derek. Yep. We'll spend it.
And by the way, people, we still have the link up there. So if anybody else wants to come on up, let's have a discussion about these talking points, guys. This right here is important, not just for Indiana, not just for the 7th district of the district courts of the United States. This is important for the whole United States because the mayor from this town is now running our transportation industry. It all ties in together, guys. All of these people are tied in together. And if you remember right, the mayor that B-Plug was grooming just got arrested not too long ago for kiddie porn. He was caught with child pornography on his computers and on his phones. So if you think this stuff, just because you live on the East Coast or just because you live in the South or in the West Coast, that this doesn't apply to you, that this doesn't have ramifications to you, you're dead wrong. That's all there is to it.
I agree. If they're doing it there, I guarantee they're doing the same type of trash in every little town you can find that has imaginary positions.
Well, look how blatant they are about it too. They are so blatant about it that it's not even funny. Like, it's sickening. Let's get back to it.
Liability happens. You put that on a t-shirt.
What the fuck?
The only employee in this fund got a 5% raise as well. One person left. Safety director. That's the entire commissioners. Fire away if you have other questions for Derek.
Listen, guys, listen.
Yep. We'll spend it. Liability happens. You put that on a t-shirt.
I sell a lot of those t-shirts. There'd be like 7 actuators.
Oh, and then one more thing from EMA, there was a vehicle that nobody knew where it was, a part of EMA, and we found out at the garage of Riverside, so that's being brought back, and they'll probably go to IT because they asked for a car to do their thing, and then all the other property that everybody kind of worked on, especially Bobby, of the stuff that's been laying up behind Dukem and the county police station for decades or whatever, just about all of it is sold off, but I'm trying to find out once the money comes in, it's an online auction that we apparently hooked up with. If that goes into the general fund, I don't know, but they all, what do we have, 30 trucks back there?
Dude on panel.
No, I got this. Hold on. I can cover this. It's Caucasian Sasquatch, but anyway.
Hey, Ham Clan leader, what's up? How you doing? Can someone put Caucasian link in the chat, please? You're floating, man.
I can do that. I have superpowers.
Oh, God.
That's wrong, bud.
White Bigfoot.
Some people call me Snowy.
You guys pay attention to everything these fucking clowns are saying. This is unreal, guys. They're making jokes about misappropriation of funds and shit. Talking about putting it on a t-shirt and shit. Like, liability happens. Put that on a t-shirt.
Their plows, all kinds of stuff sitting back there for probably decades.
And we found some at 40 Minute the other day.
Yeah.
3, 4 back over there.
Bobby, what would your call of an auction? What would that stuff be worth? Because some of those trucks, could probably be used as opposed to just junk.
There you go.
Yeah, so I'll find out from once they do all that. I think at the end, all the other stuff that just may be scrapped, I don't know, we'll find. So thanks to Bobby, like, he took me out there, what is all this? Like, whatever. So that's another thing that we can tighten up and go from there. Thank you.
Anything else for commissioners?
I'll hook up with you on that demolition stuff.
Last for tonight is council.
You did good.
Actually, I think that Mr. File's going to tell you it doesn't, because the commissioners, if they're going to get a 5% raise, he's going to make a case that you guys should give yourself something. I know, I was just saying it for you.
Hell, man, give me a raise. I don't even work there, but shit, I could use a few bucks. I mean, give my man up here a little few dollars too. I mean, we just doing the show. That's all.
I'm just presenting the info.
I personally don't, I think it ought to be more than 5%, I think it ought to be, we ought to take it to 25,000. That's what I
I'm good with that.
Kids in the background. Wife is driving
The percentages, I'm gonna let them go.
while on meeting.
Doesn't that make it a conspiracy? Wait, no, there's plenty of people involved. It's already a conspiracy.
It's only a conspiracy until proven otherwise. Just saying.
So why should we get worried about getting less than the full, the lowest paid full-time person in the county?
You looking at me? You should be paid, not that it's in my ballpark, but you should be paid as much as the lowest county employee.
We talked about that last year. I think we blanched when we saw how big that increase looked in percentages. We blanched. You like that word? I'll add this just because you're not all responding to that specific first question, but we talked last year about the fact that your executive secretary is very similar to the commissioner's executive secretary, and the commissioners are asking for their executive secretary with added duties to go to 45,000. This would not reflect that big a jump for Jen, so if you wanted her to be at 45,000, we would have to adjust for that.
I like her, but I mean, I don't know that that's.
Absolutely, Ryan.
I would assume, I'll just do this for Kim's benefit. Is Kim still here? Yeah. I'll do this for Kim's benefit. I'd assume that when you read this pay study, you're going to find that there needs to be some leveling of titles and pay rates. We currently have, I don't know, something crazy like 1,000 pay rates for 1,400 people. It's nuts.
What the hell?
He
1,000 different rates of pay for only
Yes.
1,400 people.
Only. Typically, when you have a business, there's a set pay rate for your general workers. You might have a different pay rate for your truckers and delivery folks, and then a third pay rate for your mid-managerial and managers. And then you have your owners and stuff, and that's a whole nother ballgame. These people are talking about having different pay rates for every single freaking employee or each individual tiny department.
Yeah, it seems like it. They're right. They do need some leveling going on there. Level them down, not up.
It's the government. Nothing ever goes down, baby.
No, except for your fucking cash flow.
So this would just be one of those situations where you could level. Yes. 8.6% cost of living increase would be quite a bit more sizable than the numbers that we've been looking at. Probably true, probably reflective of the market.
You want to explain it?
What the other problem we got is whether we're gonna go over.
Now, I think when this lawsuit information from the ACLU came in, there was only one local news organization in the area that even covered it. ABC 57 is the only one that covered it, and they've been covering the secret tapes. They've been covering the Wolverines, all of that shit, but they won't cover the lawsuit from the ACLU. Oh, okay. That's what it was. WSBT didn't cover it.
Over 80 million. We are gonna go, yes. We already are over 80 million. We're 83 million.
Yeah, I know, but how, by what method we get back?
Yes, yes.
I was looking at county council here and county council of $9,800.
So these were coming from Kent, Irwin, Wagner, and Shields. They're the
Who hired
company
the
that
munch-
is doing the study. Had requests that you guys had that you wanted to see elected officials across some different counties. So they did put this together for you guys to view. Now, which one were you looking at? Of course. Which council?
Our council along with Lake County is a little bit unique.
Yes.
Because we've got a fiscal body and a legislative body.
Yeah.
Most of the counties, except for Lake and Marion, because they're weird as us, they only do the budget, the fiscal. So they have like 70%. Yeah.
Really doesn't look at Lake and Marion. Somewhat Marion. Like, county council, I mean, a lot more responsibility than that.
And notably, the commissioners in St. Joe County have much less responsibility, as we do so much more of their work.
And every other county, that's the thing, a lot of work we've done.
So keep that in mind when you're comparing the commissioner salary.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so those are on.
I think a lot of
Way
this,
down.
hold on.
So,
I think if you guys are gonna go watch these videos on your own time, I think having a headset when you watch this is gonna be key.
Bro,
Preferably
I got
one with
a sound system and equipment over here that I'm trying to bring it up and clear it out with on my end. It's not helping a lot.
no. Well, I was able to turn it up with my headset and you could hear it quite a bit better. So I think if you guys do listen to this on your own time, which I would recommend, I mean, yes, we're going through it now, but I would recommend going back over it and reviewing it, because this, like famously said, you can't make this shit up, guys. Let's go.
And I guess the other reference is like, with South Bend Council,
I think
what is it, 7?
7 what?
27?
No, I think they're 18.
Huh? What? I don't think there's.
South Bend Council, 18?
They're- Is that it?
It's not Mishawaka.
Mishawaka, when I left there, we were making $9,000.
And you're worried about the percentage.
It just runs so on its own.
South Bend City Council paid.
5%. Okay, instead of 25,000. I get that. But it certainly, you don't want to go for nothing and then end up with a mess like we have.
And I agree with Jeff on that. When I heard you guys had that raise in years, when I was told that, I said, that's nuts. Sorry. Right.
Well, it took a lot to us.
And then you guys got a brief on the press, or what those guys, what's up?
See,
It's a turd sandwich that they're putting sprinkles on, trying to get it to look better.
City Council makes South Bend City Council 20,200.
So anyway, that's my. Maybe 1%.
Well, I don't think it's a question, but I was going to apply to the commissioner. I don't think that's.
The commissioners don't have to go 5.
That's right.
So where do you want to land? This is your last one of the evening. Sometimes we don't land at all. We just we glide by.
I do tend to agree that whatever we do percentage-wise for the commission, I think we should do.
San Joaquin, what's up, brother? Hey, if you want to come up, man, I know you don't usually do panels, but if you want to come up for a little bit, discuss this shit with us. This is crazy shit we're listening to. This is a hot mic that was 2 weeks long. 2 weeks. They left it streaming to the internet for 2 weeks. 2 weeks.
And I guess if we're at it, I think that whatever percentage we give the county attorney, we should give out.
I do appreciate some of the departments that agreed to reduce headcount and reorganize, take advantage of technology. I think that, like Brian, agreeing to reduce headcount so that he can pay people more on spot pricing to get people in the door. Hopefully that reflects a trend where we don't have 1,400 people this time next year. We have 1,350 people this time next year. We'll run some numbers on threes. Remember, you have the sheriff and the prosecutor coming back next Tuesday, and they've been told to bring in numbers that are very close to 5%. Which would be huge
his
if they
wife.
bring anything close.
Okay, so let me ask you this question. What percentage of the sheriff's budget is already contracted for with the union?
A lot, because you already are under 3-year contract for 5% increase.
Aren't they at 5.5?
5.
Okay, let's, how about this? Let's go with the prosecutor and the sheriff, because to me, they're two of the biggest, and they are, you guys might not agree with me, but because of they're so instrumental with their duties to this county as far as public safety. Let's see if they come back with extra plus of 5, and then run us the numbers on everyone else. How about that? At least for start.
Well, that's
See how close we get to the 8.
one other thing that maybe we should consider, the departments that, like the health department, which has requested some bigger than 3, but also made a ton of grant money. So do we account for that in the budgeting process?
I think we do.
I mean, especially
I
like
think we do.
discretionary revenue.
I think we do. I'm glad you said that. And
Mark's right.
Mark, you would agree with that last time.
Any department
Good
that.
point.
Joe's a smart kid.
Okay.
We got,
At least we have. some-
Oh, you know how much he's making?
Nobody does.
All right, good. At least for starters, to move forward.
Yeah.
All right, anything else?
What time are we next Tuesday, 3 o'clock?
3 o'clock.
Do you want JJC? They're the one other outlier that they are asking for big increases, but they're also offering to give you some money. We haven't said anything to them.
What we did, what we bring it back and what we did. Not arguing.
36 minutes in 2-week stream.
You want to tell them 5% and see what they come back with?
Yes.
You want John to tell them that, or you want me to tell them that?
Both.
Okay.
They already take care of the court reporters.
That happened mid-year.
Because that's the other thing, like the percentages.
We're working off of amended budgets.
Well, but also, I mean, like, between.
Oh.
Secretary and
I
There will be some targets.
I will. I sent it to him because I saw he was virtual and I knew I was here and I was gonna give it out and see if he had any questions. Because we started on the job classification, which is gonna help in structure a little better for apples to apples comparison, because right now it's not there. Our job descriptions are all, we've got not even, yeah, it's, because the jobs were left to the department's discretion in categorizing it, writing up, so it's gotta be a cleanup.
Now look. What up, Leo? Welcome in.
What's that? I just give you mine.
Now let's see here.
Good work.
I think we can.
Good. How about, so, I was just basically done with the class,
It's funny, the things that make people think we made a decision.
No. Hey, Joe, just off the bat, we're 20%. Council, you know we're good. How about, so, make sure you guys work that out.
C4T, come on.
Come on, Cat. What that moth do to
That was a
you?
good day. I think I've been in this building for 12
Have a
hours.
good day.
Let the cat have at it.
Those cats are like, it's 3 something out. They're bumping up my thoughts.
Yeah, I can do the same thing.
I think you guys decided.
And the mic still works fine.
No. He's talking about,
I
yeah.
know.
Yeah. I see what you did there.
Somebody's got to raise taxes. Somebody's got to raise taxes.
What? Did you hear that?
That's a good day. I think those cats are like, it's 3 something out. They're bumping up my thoughts. They're at 250. I think you guys decided. Somebody's got to raise taxes. Somebody's got to raise taxes.
Somebody's got to raise taxes.
Somebody's got to raise taxes.
Much love, Leslie.
Absolutely. Thank you for stopping in. No hand clan. When you said goober,
We have many conversations, and my sentiments of
you guys share this out here. Share Famously's original video. Share it out there too. Get this out there as far as you can. This is unacceptable. And if it's happening here, it's happening in your town too. It's time to put this shit to rest. They cannot continue getting away with this. Period. And smash that like button.
always remained since day one. I mean,
And I'm always going to come in this round. What's the best for all of us?
yeah. Because it's about all of us.
Yeah.
You know,
And it ain't about point. It's not about point.
No, and that's the thing. I don't think any one entity can come up with a solution. Solutions about people. That's what we all are here for. We're all here for people, right? So in that sense, it's everybody. All
They said so they said like how you take care of your seniors, your elders.
Yeah.
It's really statement about what love will become more of your community. Yeah. I think it's true about how you take care of those who have mental health issues.
Let's see.
How well you can take care of those. It's a measure of just how solid a community. And we can't leave it like that hanging.
Well, no.
And we have to be like contained and cleaned up.
And we want to be proactive, right? We want to have these conversations and we want to be proactive as far as trying to find some type of solution or resolution to it, right? But at the same time, we've been having these conversations long before today. I mean, this message has been reiterated many, many years. many years. And it's not, unfortunately, it's not until we get the, yes, yes, the outcome doesn't happen the way that everybody wants it to happen. It's not ideal. Then everybody wants to speak. As long as everything's nice and quiet, oh, they're fine with it. There's no problem.
Everybody have a good day.
It is frustrating, and I know I alluded to you, but I'll tell you, 4 days ago, we had an incident where we dealing with this lady as police time and time again, and that day was no different. So we called the mobile team. They literally came out, talked to her for 2 or 3 minutes, put her in their van, and drove her to Howard Park and dropped her off. I am not shitting. So with that being said, what happens? We get called, and we had to do a 24-hour on her because it was that bad. Yesterday morning, this is even better. Dukem Center calls. We got a guy, blah blah blah, wants to do a self-committal. So okay, we drive out there to Dukem Center. We take this person to the hospital. Well, I mean, we are stewards of everyone, not, so again, they're short-staffed as well. And it's to me, it's a little cleaner and safer that way. We have recordings in the car just in case something, so it's a little better that way. And theoretically, hey, I want to check myself in, right? Well, he knew what he was doing, or she, but anyway, they get to their location, Epworth, and after 2 hours, like, I'm done, I'm out of here, I don't want this. And you can't stop them because it's self. So we get a call going, hey, this guy wants to leave. Well, you're in custody, right? It's still a lot less invasive than a jail or a prison is, but you're still in custody. You have mechanisms in place that a judge ordered. So we go pick him up and we take him back. They're like, yeah, no, that ain't happening. We can't because of what happened here. So they wouldn't even open the door. They're like, yeah, no, he's staying with you. So like we go back to Epworth and they're like, no, he checked himself out. We can't force him. Literally, we are stuck with this dude. That we had to go back to the doctor, the same doctor that says, no, we have to release him, blah, blah, blah. Luckily, we were able to, they had all the information. Epworth had X amount of information. We had no information. We picked at A and dropped off at B. Now, in between, we have to figure all this out. So luckily, our captain got involved, and he was able to talk to this doctor and go, look, this is the predicament we're in. I don't want, because if something's bad he's going to do something to someone. And then on top of that, you still have believe it or not, a court mechanism in place that you're telling a judge, screw you, I don't care what you signed on that paper, we're not doing it, which we're awfully close to doing, but then you get held, an officer gets held in contempt of court. That's not a pretty thing. So luckily the doctor conceded and actually got a 5-day hold based on going back through old stuff that he was able to dig up and incorporate. And not like in a bad way, but holy
Was
crap.
this conspiracy to kidnap an individual and hold them without reason?
Absolutely.
That what I just heard?
Based on a person's past. And the doctor violated HIPAA in doing so.
There was a whole bunch of shit violated before they got to HIPAA. But yes, you are correct.
Top to bottom. Do you guys see a trend here? We are 45 and a half minutes in on 13 videos. 2 weeks worth of streaming. And they're using a person's mental deficiency or whatever, a mental illness against them to illegally confine them and hold them with no just cause just because they don't like the
against policy.
Correct. Against all kinds of different policies, against federal regulations, even. if one wanted to go that far. Freedom of film. What's up, brother? Now, exactly what I was just getting ready to say that, Ryan. So, with everything we've heard here in the last 36 minutes, imagine what they've said that wasn't on a hot mic. Yeah, all this just so the cop wasn't held in contempt. It wasn't about the guy's safety, about his mental well-being. It wasn't about what was best for a human being. It was because they didn't want the cop to be held in contempt. So they circumvented the entire law just because they didn't want the cop held in contempt. Let that sink in.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but that falls under a conspiracy to deprive one of rights.
Deprivation of
Group
rights.
People got together and locked this dude up because they didn't want him on the streets and they didn't want him in the jail and they didn't want him at the hospital. So the police strong-armed the hospital into taking him.
They also didn't want to leave him at the park where he was perfectly happy being.
Then he tried to go back to, apparently.
Yeah.
What's up, Afro Audits?
Afro, what's up, buddy? I think there's probably quite a few USCs involved with this, famously. Quite a few. Brian, you don't even know the half of it, bud. Dude, we're 37 minutes in, y'all. You think it runs deep? No, it is saturated in corruption. Saturated. Let's get back to it.
Need to do something here. So that's how that, but in the meantime, here we are, hour and a half, 2 hours, that we're taking 3 cops now off the streets. When you need to call 911, sorry, it's going to be a while. These are the type of things and it's 2 a.m, so nobody really cares. You know what I mean? I do, because I'm the one getting the texts and the phone calls and trying to figure this out after an hour and a half sleep. You know what I mean? And that's what's more frustrating about anything. And these happen all the time. They're like, oh no, chief, these. I'm like, well, why are you not telling me these things? Because you got enough, etc. So again, I think the brass tacks of everything is, man, there's got to be something. And I don't want to that's not our job. Like, I can literally tell you that is not our job. But it has been since I've been a cop. Why? And nobody can answer that.
Well, no one else will no other mechanism in place.
Right.
Within the way it gets present, but it's squarely on your plate.
Yep.
And that's part of what needs to change again. Because ultimately going to take several moving pieces that you pull this together. And it's definitely involve you. It's going to involve both of you, but not just you.
Yeah. Well, I'm all for that. They're not going to say no to that
point, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
That's the main point.
Yeah, no,
We understand that we're going to be in this conversation.
Thank you.
But it shouldn't just be, Scott, solve it, right? Figure this out. Figure this out.
Well, that was another. I could not even understand that. Well, fire department, like, are you kidding me? Like, it's bad enough that these poor firefighters go out on 600 block of Johnson Street while shots are still being fired.
Yeah.
Like, we are there trying to get through this crowd. They're telling all the cops, you wouldn't believe it. F you ain't. Would not move. We got a guy shot, and the medics can't even get to. We can't get to him, let alone the medics. And then the medics get there, shots ring out again, and they're like, hey, they don't.
Not,
right.
Yeah.
They ain't supposed to get shot. I mean, like cops, okay.
I'm kind of soldier.
Yeah. Like, man, they're like, no, man, there ain't nothing we can do, man. We'll sit back and if you can get somebody out of there and bring them to us, and that's what I don't blame them.
Yeah.
Now I know a lot of cops were mad about that, but how do you blame them?
Yeah.
I want to pause here real minute. Let me address this here real quick. Afro, I'll go ahead and answer you here, brother. So I have a public defender. The last time I spoke with him, he said, well, I explained everything that I wanted him to do. I took my motions He said, well, you can't do that. You have an attorney. But we're going to do everything. So I take it you don't want to plead or anything. I'm like, hell no. He goes, oh, so you want court, go to trial? I said, absolutely. So that's what we're doing, Afro Man. We're going to trial on that unlawful arrest for obstruction. All right, let's get back to it, guys.
I mean, that little Kevlar or whatever you use in your jackets ain't stopping nothing. I can tell you that right now.
So for both of you, if there's anything I can do to kind of move this along and be supportive or whatever.
You will. You're going to be one of the facilitators at that CAG meeting, right? When Shay called me, I'm like, yeah, Dr. Hiller do it. Regardless of what he thinks, it doesn't matter. He knows how to facilitate these things. He knows how to go, look, good, bad, or indifferent is irrelevant. We need to get something when we discuss policies. What do we do moving forward? How can we do this? You were the first person that came to mind.
That would be helpful.
No, it's on August 23rd. At Brown Middle, yeah. And then anybody else you could think of who could be a table facilitator. But I told her, I said, nobody's going to be able to lay it out like you do, because you understand, unfortunately, sadly, probably both perspectives. I know there's more than two, but at least initially, community police, because that seems to be the focus right now.
Not about pointing fingers. I'm not about trying to, and I'm not trying to get nothing to me out there. So
right.
I just want everybody to be good.
Yeah.
I want everybody to go home at night, hug the babies.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you got it.
All right. I appreciate it.
Bud, man.
You want to those three guys? Oh, okay. Can you do that? Can we do that? I guess you could. Yeah, I mean, it's Mark Walsh. I mean, you guys actually said yes to his retirement when he left, and he just immediately stepped in there.
Well, it'd almost be like as a community member too.
Yeah.
Give you one.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm president. I can.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
I can high fives.
Yeah, because aren't these the ones that are serial numbered, or no? I don't remember. That's the cap. No. Yeah, that's the captain's coins. I think they're serial numbered. But yeah, I'll check and do we have it? I think we have some of these just in case. Yeah, I'll ask Dawn, and if I'll shoot you a text and let you know if we have them. If not, then.
Hold on a second.
Oh, okay. All right, sorry about that. I thought.
Okay, don't let anybody see you. That's a good story. That should be. Okay, you could say, have you seen, grandson at all? Or not?
Did I tell you that our son in the FBI ended up in Ukraine with our?
Oh, I thought you were gonna say Mar-a-Lago, and I'm gonna be like, what?
He's really pissed off about that.
Oh, I mean, all the true, yeah.
Okay, diverts all the other stuff.
Yep. Why is he in Ukraine?
Every now and then, he was on hostage rescue. And then when you get some high profile people,
Yeah.
they're going
Want to go over there?
It
Yeah.
gives, or they say so that it gives their security team some time off. So
Yeah.
he's over there. I don't have a picture, but I get this call on Monday after Father's Day. Hey, Dad, sorry I missed you. I'm in full.
Don't a good
So he
person.
was there, then he finds out he goes into Ukraine. And there's a picture of when they,
All right, sir.
when people leave, they stand for a picture with people who provide security.
Yeah.
So he's there. He's got a sport gun with 6 guys from hostage rescue with a full camera.
automatic rifles.
Yeah.
Mirror shit. One guy's got this big beard, and I said, that guy could start his own survival reality
Yeah.
TV show.
And he's all dressed up.
But I think, yeah, he was never on, he got into some nasty stuff, but he was never.
Yeah, on the initial detail, the initial in-ground, or I forgot what they call it.
Hey, Truth, brother, good to see you.
Truth be told, what's up, man?
Yeah, it's tough over there because, like,
if you read at the bottom, kind of goes over or briefly describes what's going on here. We are going over some hot mic streams that were captured on video, and we're periodically bringing to light how absolutely idiotic they are and the laws that they're breaking. So yeah, Joko, I can't see your face, buddy. I got to see your face before I can let you on.
Good enough.
Oh, he's muted himself, so he's probably got a bunch of background noise.
Oh, yeah, I'm outside. Cicadas.
No, we don't care about that. All right, let's get back to it, guys.
Quite frankly, I don't know who you believe over there. You know what I mean? There's so much nefarious stuff going on over there.
You think?
And like all my FBI contacts here, or within the area, because I went to the FBI Academy as well, that they are just fit to be tied of how this whole thing is going out, and knowing that whole Peter Strzok debacle where he's texting going, yeah, we'll ensure that I'm like, oh my, whether you like Trump or not, that is irrelevant. What is going on is like so horrendous. I'm like, and here we're required to have body cams, right? You mean to tell me that not one of those agents, nobody videoed any of that search? They tell the people at Mar-a-Lago it's one of the security cameras. We shut them down. They actually had agents staying there to make sure that those cameras stayed off.
I thought they refused to turn them off.
They fought back and they made them. I just don't understand that.
As Mr. Britt stated in his email, there's no expectation of privacy in a public building.
Let's pause it right there so y'all can read that.
Would you like me to read it? A challenge filed to the St. Joseph County Election Board raises questions about whether Penn Township Assessor Mike Castillon, who's running for county assessor, should be allowed to hold office given allegations he's been living in a Florida home he bought last spring instead of residing primarily in the township he represents.
Still going. These people are unreal.
Let me tell you how bad this town sucks. This town sucks so bad that the man that represents the town left the state rather than stay there.
He went down to Florida and got a house so he could manage it from there.
Right.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Here we go. What up, Buzz? Conk? Here you go. Another one.
The accusation comes from Castillon's Democratic opponent in this year's race for St. Joseph County Assessor, Ted Booker, a former Tribune reporter. Booker says others raised the issue to him. He claims Castillon is violating state law that requires an assessor to reside within the township or else forfeit the office.
Dun, dun, dun.
Castillon, a Republican, denied the whatever's behind that.
Denied that the Florida house is his main residence.
Saying Thursday that he and his wife had been renovating it for a retirement home until the opportunity arose to run for county assessor. The couple rents an apartment at Autumn Lakes Apartments and Townhomes of Mishawaka. Mishawaka, and records show Castellon confirmed. So they rent a small apartment, but live in Florida.
Well, no, they're renovating it for a retirement home. Shit, I got.
Which is why he was on Zoom call instead of at the meeting. He was in Florida riding around, not.
I don't know. No, that was that was a different guy.
Wasn't that Castellon? Go ahead. Never mind. I don't know.
I do believe that was a different guy. Is that correct? Are you still in here? Famously, Castellon or Castellon, whatever his name is that the same guy that was riding around in the car? It wasn't, was it? I don't think it was. Let's get back to it. Yeah, different guy.
That was the second home that eventually we would retire to. Castellon, who has served for Penn Township assessor since 2011, told the Tribune of his home in Port Charlotte, Florida, "I am fulfilling my job requirements. That's all I can really say." The two candidates are vying to replace longtime Democratic St. Joseph County assessor Rosemary Mandrici, whose decision to step down offers Republicans a chance to flip the seat.
There he is. That's the cop. All right.
One email, which was sent by one of his employees on January 21 of this year, shows Mr. Castellon left for Florida in December. And the board has that email. I can answer any questions later about these emails if you have them. And in another email sent to one of his employees on July 2 of this year, Mr. Castellon stated that his intention was to complete some paperwork and tells the employee, "Remind me when I get back," suggesting he was in Florida at the time. I'd next like to discuss Exhibit B of my challenge, which includes Facebook photos documenting Mr. Castellon's presence in Florida. The photos are in chronological order, and they confirm that Mr. Castellon was in Florida last year on April 13, April 14, May 9, May 28, June 2, June 15, July 4, July 17, July 27, and October 11.
Wow.
And for this year, the photos show he was in Florida on January 2, March 6, March 13, April 15, April 30, June 19, and June 27. In conclusion, there is nothing about having an apartment in St. Joseph County with a finite lease that proves Mr. Castellon lives here permanently or intends to move back here from Florida. Nor does the vacant lot on South Kentucky Street in South Bend that was transferred in June to Mr. Castellon for $10 by a quitclaim deed. According to an article published July 8 by the South Bend Tribune, when asked what his plans are for that lot, Mr. Castellon said, "I don't know. We just bought the land with the intention of maybe building a house. We haven't really talked about that." Based on the Indiana Code sections I've noted and the documents in the record, I believe Mr. Castellon's own evidence not only supports the conclusion he is a Florida resident, but that he has also given up any Indiana residency and isn't legally qualified to run for county assessor. So I'd like to thank the board for your time and consideration.
Joko, do you have something to say, buddy? I saw your mic unmute and then go back.
I did, but he finished this. He finished the talk out, so that's what I was catching.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure that you didn't have a question or something Something
Oh
to
no,
add
you're
in,
good.
man. All right. Anybody else? We got an open panel up here, guys. You guys are more than welcome to come up. Link is pinned in the comments.
So when he comes back to town, he's on vacation because he's in Florida more than he is in town.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
Absolutely. Yeah. And we all know that in order to be in a government seat in a township, in a city, whatever, you need to reside at
In that county.
minimum in that
The
county.
county.
And a lot
Yeah.
of them require you to live in the city limits itself for 6 years.
Yeah. First 6 years.
Yeah, you have to be a resident for a certain amount of time before you can.
But it sounds like he made his residency in Florida last year.
That's what it's sounding like.
Mm-hmm. Maybe
Well,
we need to follow up on his voting. If he's voting in town or is he voting as a resident in Florida? That's what you guys can investigate.
Well, I mean, and that's a very good point. Is he utilizing the mail-in ballots to cast a vote from Florida, and while he's in Florida, voting down there?
Yeah, getting thrown out.
Let's keep watching.
Thank you. Is there anything else that you would like to add in terms of the way of testimony on your own?
Not at this time.
Okay. Mr. Masters, any questions for Mr. Booker?
Mr. Booker, where do you reside?
4417 Irish Hills Drive, apartment 3C, South Bend.
And how long have you resided there?
Since October of last year.
And prior to that, where did you reside?
I resided in Elkhart, Indiana.
So do I take it from your testimony that you moved into St. Joseph County 1 month before the filing deadline to run for county assessor last year?
I will simply say that I met the residency requirements under the Indiana code.
Oh my God, it's all dirty.
So you moved in.
Every last one of them. It's not one side or the other.
We spoke too soon. That son of a bitch fucking put it right on the table.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, I don't live here neither. I'll have to park.
He put everything on the table. All you got to do is pull the evidence.
Yeah, they're both opposite wings of the same bird, guys. And again, I'm gonna say it: if it's happening in this town, this bad, you think there ain't corruption in your town where you're at, or where Caucasians at, or where Buzz is at, or where Truth Be Told is at?
Oh, son, we're part of the grand old party down here. The corruption predates the Civil War here. It's a family tradition.
Yeah,
I got to go help my buddy in Gardner now.
This is just, and keep in mind, guys, this is just the first video of 13 we're going to go through.
And they gave it all out.
And didn't even know it, because I mean they were giving out passwords. They were talking about the Scottish Rite.
Shit.
Oh my God. Yeah, you guys know what that is, right? I know you probably do, Sasquatch.
Say it again.
The Scottish Rites or Reich. I don't know if I'm saying it right. Yeah. One of the, from what I've told, I haven't seen it yet, but from what I've told, one of the tabs on the browser that they have open is titled that.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, just, we're not going to verbalize it, but there it is, for those of you wondering what we're talking about. Let's go back to it.
1 month before the filing deadline, is that correct?
I'll just say that I met the requirements.
Would you direct the witness to answer
I'm
the
not, I'm
question?
not, I'm
Is
not
it
sure.
Yes or no?
Mr. Masters,
I-
that depends on a determination as to what
I
the
did-
filing deadline is. My understanding of filing deadline
I-
for candidacy is in January of each
I-
year, January to
I
February.
believe that,
Sorry, let me rephrase that. Did you move in 1 month before the residency requirement to run for county assessor?
I believe the requirement that Mr. Masters is alluding to is that a candidate must live in the county at least a year before the election in question, and I've met that requirement.
By moving in 1 month before the time deadline.
Mr. Manager,
Is that correct?
I think you made your point, Mr. Masters. We understand.
I don't see why.
Where do you work, sir?
I work for the Elkhart County Assessor's Office in the Appeals Department.
Have you ever been an assessor in St. Joseph County?
The appeals department. This guy works in the appeals department for the assessor. Jesus.
I haven't.
That's
Have you ever
insane.
done any assessing work in St. Joseph County?
I haven't.
Can you estimate for the year 2021, how many weeks you would have been down in Florida?
Not off the top of the head, because I didn't take often full weeks. I would take, like I said before, on a Thursday to a Monday, or sometimes I would do Tuesday to Thursday, just depending on whether or not what my schedule was with the taxpayers.
So are we looking at 4 weeks, 8 weeks? I mean, what's your best sense of that?
I'd have to go back and look at the records. I couldn't tell you the exact time.
Are there specific duties, other than, of course, your interaction with taxpayers? Are there specific duties that you have here that require your physical presence?
Yes, so anytime that we have to talk about budgets, I have to be here. Anytime that the county assessor requires me a personal meeting, I have to be here. Typically, that's one time a month. And then any other situation that would be required by local government.
Okay, and did those meetings take place regularly during 2021?
They did.
And you did attend those in person?
I did all but maybe one or two where I sent my staff members for training purposes.
In, it looks like February of 2022, you and your wife filed a joint federal tax return and a joint Indiana state tax return. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in both of those, well, first of all, the copies we have are not signed, and there's no mark on it that indicates that it was filed. I presume that these, in fact, are the true and correct copies that were filed respectively with the IRS and with the Indiana Department of Revenue.
That's correct. Those are the copies that came from my CPA.
In the tax returns, you do mention a daughter who is a dependent, and she is listed as a claim for a credit as a dependent. How old is that dependent?
She's above 18 now.
Was she at the time the return was filed?
She would have turned 18 in November of last year.
And is she in school at this point?
She graduated.
Graduated
She graduated from
high
high school last year, yeah.
Somebody give that man a shovel. He's fixing to have to dig himself out of this one.
Absolutely. He's trying to put it tenderly to him. He's
On the
thinking.
Indiana tax return, there is an indication, the return is set up so that you have to indicate the county in which you lived and the county in which you worked, and that is 71, which is St. Joseph County. Also the county where your spouse lived and the county where your spouse worked, and that is also 71, which is St. Joseph County. How do you square that with the claim that your wife made with respect to being a full-time resident of the state of Florida?
Oh shit!
I don't understand the question. I mean,
okay. So there's in order to and I don't want to get into Indiana tax law. There just seems to be some kind of an inconsistency between claiming an Indiana income tax return, residency and working, and the application that was made in Florida. Do you see any contradiction there?
well, I'm not a lawyer, but I would assume that if you spent more than 183 days in the state of Indiana under tax code, you would have to file in the state of Indiana.
He ain't wrong.
I believe there's a partial year resident form that can be filed. Again, I'm not a tax lawyer either, so I don't know the answer to that question, but
Mr. Leone, you're gonna get this witness all confused because he doesn't really, as he said, he's not gonna tell you what Indiana tax law is, but it's simple enough. This is a tax return for the year 2021. And if you look at the application for the homestead exemption that's attached to our motion to dismiss, it's not filed, it's not signed until December 30th of 2021 for the year 2022. So Heather Fight would have been a full-time resident of the state of Indiana for 2021 when she filed this tax return. It's not the date you sign the tax return, it's the year that you're filing it for.
right. All right. So on December 30th, though, Ms. Fight indicated, as I see the application, she signs under penalties for perjury, I believe, that I am a permanent resident of the state of Florida, and I own and occupy the property above. That's dated December 30th.
Never get your picture taken again. Huh?
It's trained you on it, yeah.
Post it on Facebook.
All I can do to get through this.
You got a lot to have your own life.
South Bend, Indiana.
With that is a presumption that the residence of an individual is the place where the person's immediate family resides. And to the extent that Ms. Fight, as of December 30th, declared that Florida was her permanent residence, the question then becomes, does that become the presumptive place where Mr. Castellan resides as well?
I would just like to also go ahead and add with me not being able to legally make appropriate statements, I would like to say that this will now, with the evidence that was provided on both parts, leave it up to the tax-paying voters of St. Joseph County.
Next item we want to get a status report on is the video recording request.
Wait a second.
As
Hold on.
folks may remember.
I believe what that lady said needs a translation. What she said actually, and I speak a little bit of Southern here, so shut up, sit down, and let people vote next year.
Let's go back and
Go for it.
let's go back and listen again. Because I don't want anybody getting any misconceptions about what's being said. You're hearing these words coming right from their mouths. So let's just make sure, because we could be hearing things wrong. Squatch.
Of an individual is the place where the person's immediate family resides. And to the extent that Ms. Fight, as of December 30th, declared that Florida was her permanent residence, the question then becomes, does that become the presumptive place where Mr. Castellan resides as well?
I would just like to also go ahead and add with me not being able to legally make appropriate statements, I would like to say that this will now, with the evidence that was provided on both parts, leave it up to the tax-paying voters of St. Joseph County.
Next,
I mean, what do you guys think in the comments?
We will take no action until a vote has been determined.
We're not going to do anything about it. We're going to let the people decide, even though the people we think don't know about this. Tell me what you think in the comments. We'll let it keep playing. You guys, Joko, what do you think?
Waiting's the wrong game.
Well, it's the right game for them. It's the wrong game for us. That's what I think.
Agreed.
Let's let it play while you guys give me your thoughts in the comments about what that lady just said. Think about that.
Item we want to get a status report on is the video recording request. As folks may remember, Ben had made a request for video recordings in the clerk's office as it related to the ballot room, and then later made a request for an APRA request, Access to Public Records Act request, that it was independent and in his own name. And there, I would consider those as somewhat different standards. I think that he has narrowed his request down significantly. The first part was for, I think it was video from 5 cameras for a substantial period of time, and now it's for 1 camera for
the period where absentee ballots began being accepted up to primary day.
Okay.
Just on the one.
Just on the 1 camera that actually looks at the ballot room door.
Yes.
And so because this is an access to public records request, one of the things that we did was we asked the folks at the election division in the Secretary of State's office for some input. The feedback that we got was that video recordings are not considered election records as such.
That was the opinion of one attorney from, was it Angie Nessmeyer's attorney?
Right, it was Angie's, and then backed up by Luke Britt also in somewhat forms. We never heard back from the Republican Party at all on it.
Yeah, so the public access counselor weighed in also that these were not election records as such. So to the extent that this is an access to public records request, I think it is a matter that was responded to by the county commissioners, and it's really outside of our jurisdiction since you're going to be receiving it that way. So I think at this point, we're done.
Well, could I ask what would be the scope if I asked, which I think I did from my position as an election board member, what sort of scope, did we receive any sort of opinion on what that would entail?
I don't think we did.
Here's the problem is, one of the concerns is it the clerk's office that controls these cameras? Is it the commissioners as the owners of the building that control the cameras? And then is there any issues with privacy, right? As Mr. Britt stated in his email, there's no expectation of privacy in a public building. And so it's an interesting question because I believe the clerk's office got a grant which paid for the cameras. And I believe one of the clerks had access to possibly log in and as well as IT to see what was going on the cameras. And right now the county is going through a process of putting all of their camera systems in one. And so the sheriff's department and others have access to them. So it's not necessarily owned by the election board or controlled by the election board. So,
and I'll add to that by saying just because it was grant doesn't make it any different. The
No.
grant's still paid for by the taxpayers federally or at a state level.
Every single organization he named is a public service. It still falls under freedom of information. That's a public.
So,
they just can't decide who's going to tell them no.
Certain cameras are, if we would remove those cameras, none of them would be showing any activity in the clerk's office.
Right.
So as it relates to the 1 camera in the hallway, my understanding is the video has been transferred to a separate drive, and that is
Mr.
available?
Warfield is going to get it to the reduced scope request to me, and I'll be able to provide it to you.
Okay.
We're okay on that then?
Yes.
Okay. I think at this point, this is no longer, this particular request is no longer an election board issue. On the other hand, I do think that
If I could intervene, I do think the key issue is something that should be addressed before fall. Just a matter of who has them and how many.
It's next on his agenda.
That's my next item. You're right. You're
I read your mind.
half step ahead of me here. So the other issue that has come up that we've been dealing with is the issue of ballot room keys. And one thing that we need to look at, the statute itself is not particularly helpful. And Rita, what's the Indiana code site on that again? You gave that to me before.
The Indiana Code 3-11-10-10 states that during the period absentee ballots are received, each county election board shall keep the ballots in a cabinet box or a room, which there are 2 locks, one for each appointed party of the boards. Each day, the absentee ballots shall be placed in the cabinets, boxes, or room under the direction of the appointed members of the board, which would be Mr. Leone and Mr. Horvath. If an appointed member cannot be present each day, then the member shall designate someone from the member's party to be present with the key at the time the ballots are secured in the time the lock is opened the next day. The key of each appointed member shall be kept in a secure manner determined by the appointed member.
So there are some gaps there. One of the issues that we saw was that the county engineer has a key to the, or maybe access to both keys to the room, because of the fact that there is equipment. There's HVAC equipment in there, there's electrical equipment, and the county engineer typically has access to everything in case there's an emergency of some sort, whether it be a flood or a fire. We certainly don't want to have ballots, destroyed, because it takes a couple of hours to get the keys to get into the room. So this is an issue that I think is important from a number of points of view, and the statute just doesn't give us enough guidance, I think, to kind of go so on its own. So I think what we're trying to do is determine best practices. I know that Rita has made some inquiries to other counties and has learned of a number of different procedures, but nothing in writing. Is that my understanding, Rita, that it's available?
Right, and I also talked to the Indiana Election Division again, and they said that the law, their process is stated in the law. It's stated there that there should be 2 separate locks, which we do have. Each board member receives a key, which they did, that the member then who can't make it is supposed to appoint somebody by proxy, and it says nowhere in there that there should be limited keys. And my stance as an elected official and administrator of the elections has a duty to perform and secure the integrity of the election. And if somebody isn't there or unable, or a key gets lost, which I've heard from numerous clerks that keys were lost or people weren't showing up, that we still have the responsibility to the voters and to the candidates in St. Joseph County to provide an election. And
so, and this is how I understood what I just heard. We have no idea how many keys we have. We don't know who has the keys. We know of 2 keys, and then one that the maintenance man basically has access to the entire kingdom. If you want to throw an election in Stool Bend, Indiana, go pay off the maintenance guy.
Right, he's got the keys to the entire kingdom. And is on his little hook, on his little retractable hook on his belt. This is,
and they don't know where the keys to the ballot rooms are, but they do have keys that work. They just don't know how many or who has them.
Yeah. So
okay.
Technically,
2 new padlocks is all that takes.
Let's put it in layman's terms. They fucking lost the keys.
Yeah, they don't even lock the door no more.
New padlock. They think too slow.
I just can't with this fucking kangaroo fucking cord of a fucking wow.
No, that is enough work. Okay, first of all, let's back up. Hold on. She just revealed a whole bunch of possible election issues, like all kinds of problems that had nothing to do with the actual request for footage for a door. He didn't ask to see ballots. He didn't ask to see documents. He didn't ask to talk to anybody. He asked for several cameras. They said no. He asked for 1 camera for this amount of time. They went,
All right, let me elaborate on that a little bit. Remember earlier when they said none of their cameras work and they got 35 panic buttons missing?
Right. Okay, so they don't have the footage. So why don't they just tell them, oh, well, that camera wasn't working, we can move on? No, they actually have that footage. That's the only reason there's a problem.
So which is it? Either the cameras don't work or they're
Those
or the cameras
don't
work, the footage is just missing, and they don't want to fucking show it.
No, those cameras don't work. That camera does work. That's why he changed his request from these cameras to that camera. He found one that functioned, and he wanted that footage for that door. And they went, well, damn. No, but we can't say that. So we're going to say we need to ask other people. They just spent 5 minutes going over who all has access to the camera in question, and everybody said everyone else had responsibility for the cameras, even though it was
for themselves.
Except for themselves. It's in a public facility, in a public area, should be available for public observation, and yet nobody has any idea who has control over it. But everybody can go look at it if they want to, except for us.
Right.
We can't. They can't.
The ones doing the actual voting. Right. And that's where the term master key come from. Exactly, Dreamyland. Yep. Oh, no. Truth be told, the ACLU just filed 2 or 3 days ago, a civil rights lawsuit against the state of Indiana for their 25-foot rule. Shit is going to hit the fan.
You got 2 choices in this town. You can either run for office or become a janitor. Either way, you get control of the city.
Ding, ding, ding. What do we have for him, Johnny? All right, we only got a couple minutes left of this video. And if you'd like to go over another one, put a 1 in the chat.
So be it. If I had to open up the door, the law doesn't say that I couldn't have a key as an elected official to open up that door, along with, as I did do, as a gesture of good faith and integrity of the election process, had a person from my office come with me and open up the door.
Hold on.
So what I'd be able to do is I'd like to put this.
Hear that again, because that's the best joke I've heard all day.
Let's see. See if we can go back to it.
Can you hold my hand while I go open this door?
We're at. Try it again. Let's try right here.
Keys. And my stance as an elected official and administrator of the election
to kind of go, so
there we go.
On its own. So I think what we're trying to do is determine best practices. I know that Rita has made some inquiries to other counties.
Listen carefully,
and has learned of a number of different procedures, but nothing in writing. Is that my understanding, Rita, that it's available?
Right, and I also talked to the Indiana Election Division again, and they said that the law, their process is stated in the law. It's stated there that there should be 2 separate locks, which we do have. Each board member receives a key, which they did. That the member then who can't make it is supposed to appoint somebody by proxy. And it says nowhere in there that there should be limited keys. And my stance as an elected official and administrator of the elections has a duty to perform and secure the integrity of the election. And if somebody isn't there or unable, or a key gets lost, which I've heard from numerous clerks that keys were lost or people weren't showing up, that we still have the responsibility to the voters and to the candidates in St. Joseph County to provide an election. And so be it. If I had to open up the door, the law doesn't say that I couldn't have a key as an elected official to open up that door, along with, as I did do, as a gesture of good faith and integrity of the election process, had a person from my office come with me and open up the door.
So what I would like to...
So a person from her office who is probably of the same political affiliation went with them.
Absolutely of the same political affiliation.
To open the door to the election ballot storage room.
With no explanation for why she did do. But she doesn't say why, but as a gesture of
my duty as an elected official to open the door.
That's because it was too heavy. They had to carry more boxes. So she got help. That's why there were 2 people. That's why he wants the freaking camera footage.
And they say in there that one person from each party is to have a key. So if that one person from either party can't make it, how does the next person by proxy get that key if the person that has the key can't make it?
Oh, but she just said that every single member of the board gets a key, which there are 9 seats currently. I assume there's at least 9 plus the janitor, plus the manager, plus the building owner,
plus 2 from each, or 1 from each party.
So, oh dear monkeys, it's
like 15 keys,
18, 20 keys
at
least. Dude, I probably got a key for the damn thing. Hold on, let me go look.
My keys are up front and I can't get to it right now. I can't get to it by proxy, guys. So, all right, let's finish this video up.
To be able to do is I'd like to put everything in writing so that we have a very clear and specific
truth be told
policy on which the clerk's office can rely and in which the appointed board members can rely as well. But also have input from the county commissioners. The county commissioners have an interest in this room as it relates to the building itself and the safety and security of the entire room. So I think we have to, and also we want to make sure that the room is safe as it relates to the security of the ballots. And that's the key thing that the statute deals with. So I think what we may need to do is to kind of create our policy. We may be the first in the state if nobody else has it, but we need to create a policy and a set of procedures as to what we do under certain circumstances.
Agreed. And I think the Association of Indiana Counties is also reviewing the legislative section of that rule with legislators that, there has to be integrity kept and nobody is doubting that, you want 2 separate keys, but there's still a responsibility that has to be met.
Yep, and of course, the risk is that we can go ahead and develop a great policy, and then the legislature next February goes ahead and amends the statute in a way that makes us go back and do it all over again. But I still think it's important to go ahead and get this in place, so at least it gives us a foundation on which we can go ahead and everybody can rely on it. Not only us, not only county employees, but also the voters. We want the voters to make sure to feel comfortable that in fact the integrity of this process is being taken seriously and being handled properly. So we will work on that then to see if we can get this process started.
All right, first of all, they never made all those keys. They kept 2 keys. They put it on a hook right next to the door.
Yeah. Or they had 2 keys, 1 for each party, 1 on each side of the door, and then they had 1 for each party underneath the doormat.
Right.
Yeah.
And then the janitor had his key, of course.
Of course. it was attached to his mop or his broom, I'm sure.
Right.
All right, so man,
that's dirty. That's there's so much, dude. Wow.
That was just the first video, guys. That was just the first video.
That was the box truck of doo-doo.
No, that was a whole coal train filled with it.
It's 12 pounds of dookie in a 10-pound sack, bro. There's nothing good there. Not one good thing for the taxpayers was said. They never uttered a single beneficial statement. Not one.
Well, we already caught them voting to get raises already. That was at the beginning.
I've been trying to arrange a handful of auditors to go sit and watch election locations live on primary night. And a lot of them stopped my idea.
I'll do it.
I want to try to schedule it all together. I want to link everybody up on one mass freaking stream and try to get as many up at the same time so that the actual evidence can be had by the
Transit code helping you do that?
No, but I would love to have some help doing it.
Hell yeah.
Transit code knows how to do that. He
Get
links
in-
all the videos while everyone sits on a table and play poker.
Oh yeah. I can run all that stuff if I need to. I'm just saying, I need people on the ground. I'll run the tech or get help if he wants to help. I'm down. I'm down.
I'll be that boot on the ground. I don't care. My problem right now is getting home time to be able to do it.
Yeah, I mean, I can't force anyone. All I can do is ask, and the closer we get to election, the more people I have who kind of agree to it. Like, truth be told, was like a great idea, but he never actually agreed to go check one out. He's like, yeah, I don't know about it though.
I'd have to check out the local laws and on filming around them.
Oh no. It's totally, almost all of them are totally in public until you go into the booths. The booths are closed. That's private environment. That's why you have a booth.
Oh, so they can't keep you out of the waiting area waiting to go to a booth.
They're not supposed to, because that's a lobby or hallway. And so you're supposed to be able to film the activity all the way up to, but not including the actual votes.
What about the churches?
The outside.
What about the churches?
Houses of worships are funny, but on voting day, they become public property for that
Because
day.
they're being paid.
They're being
paid to hold the services.
I don't know about that part, but they are being.
Well, that'd be something for me to find out which one I want to go to.
As long as I got my OBS, I'm down for whatever. I'm down to clown. We'll do it. What's up, Firm? Good to see you, bud.
What's up, Firm?
Yeah, but that was midterms, baby. We're talking about the full on whole hog thing. I want it all.
Yeah, Mel.
Just give me a second. I'm trying to, before we start up episode 2 of the shit show, I'm trying to queue up a couple other things here that we're going to watch real quick.
Yeah, you take your time, man. I could sit here and tell Chuck Norris jokes until the cows come home. Did you know Chuck Norris doesn't own a watch? He tells time when it is. Chuck Norris doesn't do push-ups. He pushes the world down.
I'm gonna get a couple videos into the private chat here that I'm gonna queue up if I can. I don't know how, because they're not on a database or just raw video.
In a link in private chat, I can probably put it on a screen somewhere.
But I don't know if we should or not, but these are pretty juicy videos.
It's on your channel, bro.
I know you don't care.
I'm just saying, you put it in private chat, I'll put it on screen, baby.
Hopefully he can. I know there's someone in the basement, but they're going to stay there. Don't mention no names.
We can't see you.
Oh, you can't? Okay.
Only you can. Only you can.
All right.
You are
I
the
didn't know.
boss.
Boss.
You're the only one.
I don't know if he can. Can he post a private chat in the basement?
That's the only place he can post to.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure. I'm new to this whole panel and sharing people's videos. I'm trying to learn because I'm doing this from
I know, bro.
the bunk of my semi right now.
I hear you, and I'm proud of you.
From a hotspot on my phone.
I hear you.
You know what I'm saying? Like, but I want to help. I want to do all I can.
Yeah, Fern. Much love, brother. No, you can't add videos, but if you can share a link to the video in private, I can bring up the link. I can bring it up on screen or share it to Actually, I don't know if it'll let me share it to your StreamYard.
Person in the basement. Do you want to come up?
Mystery individual number 1.
Message me on here if you want to come up, and I'll bring you up. If not, I don't know that you can. If there's no link, I don't think you can put that in the chat.
It says bring him up in private chat.
Oh, okay.
Hey, brother.
What's up, man?
What's up, dude?
Hey, everybody that's in the chat right now, go over and show this man right down here some love. He's the reason we have this video right now. Go show him some love. Go give him a sub, a like. Share this shit out. But don't go past 1 yet, because we're going to share number 2 together right here.
Hey,
this is a mini series.
You know, I posted this a long time ago, and you know how it is. It's not very good content to sit and watch. You know,
depends on who you are.
Right.
It takes commentary to make it interesting. Yes.
Yeah.
I've sent it to Project Veritas, Judicial Watch, O'Keefe Media Group. Never heard nothing. But as you know, Project Veritas was compromised until James O'Keefe went to OMG.
That's pretty crazy.
So, it's been up for a year. What's sad is nothing's changed. It's gotten worse.
Well, and that's another reason why I wanted to try and highlight it for you, because you went through a lot of work to make sure this happened. You went through the boots on the ground work. You get all the credit. I'm doing this to give you that credit, to make people aware of it.
Well,
and I definitely don't want to take anything from you.
This is public information. They streamed it live. Their video I knew that when they were streaming it and it was lasting as long as it did, that it wouldn't render. So who got the copyrights?
I don't know.
Well, me, I posted it.
Absolutely.
So,
as I understand it, the first social media site that you upload it to gets basically a digital watermark, so they can identify sources.
Over 12 hours on a YouTube video won't render.
Right.
So I went through and made sure to screen record it and post it as it was happening, so that they couldn't delete it and hide it from the public that they made an epic mistake. Now, are they probably pissed? Did they probably go through and change all their passwords? Hell yeah, they're supposed to every so often anyways, from what I understand. But as you can tell, in how long was that video? An hour?
An
hour and 15 minutes, yeah.
There was nothing that wasn't corrupt in that video.
Yeah, not one single statement was made that was either legitimate, serving the public, or honest for that matter.
Or ethical.
You haven't even got to the city council meetings. That was the county commissioners or county council. And there's plat commission meetings, there's city council meetings, there's all kinds of other meetings. County commissioner meetings, I believe, again. A lot of these meetings were streamed, and they weren't public meetings. These were meetings in the council chambers. The IT guys made a huge mistake in the clerk's office and left this streaming for hours on end, days on end. And every conversation when the door opened or somebody came into that room was live streamed. You heard what they talk about. Like it's funny to them. It's all a joke. The city council, there's nobody that shows up to the meetings. If somebody does show up, Sharon McBride is the council president, and she made a rule. She was on the Pete Buttigieg campaign, by the way. She made a rule that you cannot criticize the council. She will forfeit your time.
The only person that speaks at public meetings is Sharon Benicki, and she's the county recorder. And she acts like she's a member of the public and goes in. It's all scripted. When you watch it, you can tell how scripted it is. Every meeting.
Yeah.
If you go to the city council, the City of South Bend website, scroll to the bottom, go to the media tab, and everything's archived in there. You can go through this stuff. But I can guarantee you, this 2 weeks of video is not in the archives. It should be, it really should be, you know, there should be a printed record of this. That's the last council meeting they had that was streamed live from the clerk's office. It was brought up that what they were using for transcripts to transcribe these meetings was YouTube.
What the fuck?
Yeah, that's not official. Now, as you know, ACLU versus the city of Martinsville in Indiana and the city of Elkhart states that any comment posted in a public forum or anything posted cannot be deleted.
That doesn't mean it can't be made private.
Well, you know what I mean. So
Yes,
they
sir.
had they had a child shot this week, and somebody was in the comments for the South Bend Police Department, and what happened was somebody made a comment and it was deleted. They immediately came in there, nothing was deleted. Well, people watching that stream seen it and then didn't see it anymore. I've watched the city council, the clerk's office, because I've seen people in the YouTube commenting and their comments were deleted or they were banned from the chat.
That's a form of prior restraint as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, yeah, it's ACLU versus the city of Martinsville and Elkhart. That's the case. That's the case
And
law.
would definitely have a chilling effect on the First Amendment.
Correct.
Yes, they do not want anybody speaking out. As I said, the South Bend Police Department has a public relations officer. Her name is Ashley O'Chap. She worked at WSBT as an executive producer. WSBT, the W, which usually means weather for a news channel, and SBT is South Bend Tribune. So therefore, the South Bend Tribune newspaper and WSBT and the police department are controlled, you know, agenda-driven propaganda. That's exactly what it is. There is no voice. If you go on my Facebook and try to comment on WSBT, I can't even chat. I don't care, but you know, I know what it was. It was a meme that I posted a long time ago of Pete Buttigieg as a judge, and on his nameplate I put Booty Judge, and I was going like quicker than fuck. Okay? But you know, as you know, the South Bend police tapes since late 2011, 2012. It was before that Karen DePape was recording. You know, she found these recordings and reported it, and a lot of the members of the former Metro Homicide Unit that closed down and disbanded were on these tapes. Other officers, as you seen when we were filming. One guy stood up. He wasn't even involved with the tapes, but he sued the county over it. They got settlement money out of it. Supposedly he wasn't on the tapes, but you know, there's allegations of criminal conversations, racial slurs, and they've been fighting with taxpayer money to hide these tapes since 2012 that I know of. And they think that you can spend taxpayer dollars on all this millions of dollars to fight this release, but yet you don't have to release the tapes. Well, what did our taxpayer dollars pay for then? We have a right to know. And why are you using taxpayer dollars for it?
Mm-hmm.
You know, so
let me get this straight. They're using taxpayer money to prevent taxpayers from finding out what the taxpayer money was used to defend against, for, and with.
And the sign I carried when we marched for them tapes, I wrote what the judge said on that sign. And the judge said, I can't quote it specifically, but he said, it should be expected that any and all lines in a public building are monitored and recorded. Period. So you should expect when you call the city, or you call the police department, or you call dispatch, even if it's not an emergency line, or you call the courthouse or the prosecutor, that you're being recorded for what? Quality assurance purposes. And that's public record. That's, you know.
Or at least should be.
Exactly. And, you know, our federal government, after so many years, has to release files, the JFK files, the UFO files. I mean, let it go. How long do they have to be classified? What are they protecting? And why are they keeping them hidden?
Maybe
But
it's
I
not
don't
about
think
what they're protecting. What are they hiding?
That's
No, I
exactly
don't
what
think
it is.
state or municipalities have the ability to classify anything.
Well, you heard them. They don't have no money for these lawyers are charging.
Yes.
Every time they get in a bind, they call these attorneys and they charge them $400, $500, $600 for a phone call for legal advice. On top of their $30,000 salary, each attorney. They got 9 or 10 of them.
Yeah, we heard that part, and that just blew us away. That they're getting a salary, and then on top of it, it's like a bonus for doing the job that they were hired to do.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. So they're using our money, taxpayers' money, the city that's in shambles. As you can see, driving through it,
I've been there, guys. It's horrible. It looks like a third world country war zone. It really does. It's bad. Everything's going to shambles except for their government buildings.
Even the government buildings are, you know, no cameras, no, you know, the elevators ain't working. They have a lot of issues. I know if you look up on Indeed.com in South Bend, Indiana, look at the jobs that are open. The IT guys are overworked, underpaid, and disgruntled. I think that the reason that this stayed live and streamed was probably because wouldn't you think that somebody wanted this to get out?
Somebody probably accidentally on purpose. Yeah.
Phantom streaming.
Now we found some phantom damages for reals.
Yeah. No shit, huh?
So,
wow.
It's not just, I tell people this all the time. It's not, you got the police that are appointed by the mayor, the chief is. That policy is agenda driven. Your council, they are in charge of, they're not in charge of anything because they just go in there with scripted bills and push them through. It's like the complaint I just filed last Monday before the lawsuit, the nepotism. They have a policy in South Bend of no nepotism. Indiana has a law for it. But yet the news media and everybody else pushed it and celebrated, oh, it's a 4th generation officer going to work for South Bend. Well, it says that the appointing authority cannot be employed within the last 24 months when they, hire a relative. And they did it. The media ran with it. They pushed it through like it was a celebration, but it's a violation of the law as it's written. And a policy that Pete Buttigieg signed. That's an ordinance, a city ordinance.
Those 2 videos, you want me to get them brought up and share them?
I don't care.
I will.
I don't care. Yes. I'll jump out of the stream because I want to see them too because I haven't seen them in a long time. I just sent them to you because it needs to be disseminated and show their carelessness. I mean, you would think that somebody would take more precautions with access to, secure servers and whatever else that, we're redressing our grievances with it. They're the ones that streamed it. I didn't stream it. It's not hacking or anything like that. They streamed it on the World Wide Web.
Right.
And that's the price you pay when you're just that stupid. I mean, it's just like, like with, shout out to Freedom to Film, by the way.
Absolutely.
No, he did a good thing. It wasn't about money to us. It's never about money. You guys know that. I don't beg for money. We want to film, and we change our ways, a lot of different ways to film, because you have to adapt to your surroundings and your circumstances. So you have to think outside the box. And we've done it for a long time. I'm glad that, we were able to get representation. You know how hard it is to get any kind of representation when your rights are violated. It could cost you $10,000 to $30,000 on a lawsuit. The time constraints on filing a notice of tort, and you know how preparing a case. I don't recommend anyone to, follow through on a federal suit pro se unless you know exactly what you're doing. You can write the federal complaint, and then the federal court will tell you what rights were violated, and then pro bono attorneys will help you. But it's hard to get representation. You know that, Midwest.
Yeah.
Attorneys in our
Firsthand.
area, we'll go to them about wrongdoings, and they'll look right at you and tell you straight up, look, I have to work in this town. I have to go in here and, because you can't get you bring up corruption, and you can't, bring light, darkness to light, because you're worried about getting good plea bargains or railroading somebody else or scratching this guy's ass to get a deal over here. And then that's what they do. They bargain with you. When you're in the county jail and you're poor, these attorneys bargain. Well,
They
if you
trade
give
you
this,
out like Pokemon cards.
trade you like cattle that we are. And to them, they think we're livestock. And that's a fact.
It's messed up.
And what they do is they'll say, this guy paid me 10 grand, man. I need to get a good deal on his case. And I'll give you these 3. We can send these 3 up the river. And that's what they do. And that's a fact. They barter with you, and they barter cases. Some of them, you don't even get to see your attorney anymore. It's all video courts. They give you tablets in the jails now. You can't visit your family. There's no contact visits. There's no way to sit down and, talk to your family in private, like in a visiting room without the cameras and shit being up your ass, to where you have to tell your mother something or your father of like, look, I need an attorney for this reason. You get on the phone call and you're discussing that with them, and you're telling on yourself on a recorded line. And there might be technical issues with a case. Look at the Elkhart situation with the Wolverines. This prosecutor, Vicki Elaine Becker, she went to Indiana University. She's been a prosecutor or an attorney for 25 years. She's been in Elkhart for about that long. And there's a dozen wrongful convictions that came back. And the police chief who resigned recently, Chris Seymour, he was on the homicide investigation too back then. That's what they don't reveal to you. The local media and shit don't dig deep into it. They don't read the case law of these lawsuits coming back. They took a mentally handicapped man, Carlton Conway and Steve Rizzuto, 2 detectives, and we're doing these wrongful convictions on the Christopher Parrish case, the Andrew Royer case. There's a Max Sims case, Keith Cooper case, the Iris Seabolt case. There's several of them involved with that one. With that, I don't know if they're all coming back for interlocutory appeals or what. Some of them took plea bargains. The most notable in South Bend is the Jeff Pelly case. Robert Pelly is what it is on my case. But you don't hear anything about the media asking this prosecutor, about running on those wrongful convictions to get elected as prosecutor. You don't hear any pressure from the media. The chief said, I don't want to go back 30 years. Well, I can assure you that the people that sat in prison for 20 years want to go back that far.
Absolutely.
I can assure you that the families that don't know who really killed their family members want to go back that far, because they may be in fear of their life now because there's no closure. It's a cold case. Are they living next door? Are they a family member? You know the questions. And these are the questions that ain't raised in the media. And when you've got the Elkhart mayor's office public relations lady worked at WNIT, which is a news organization associated with WSBT. I mean, the building was donated to them from WSBT. It's a nonprofit 5013C company, the WNIT PBS. She was on the merit board of the police department when half of these Wolverines and derelict cops were allowed to stay on the job. But
Now
now
you
she's
want to, for the people that don't know, do you want to explain what the Wolverines were?
The Wolverines are a police gang in Elkhart, Indiana, that were involved with criminal activity inside the police department.
White supremacist?
Yes. A lot of them were the old cops, like the Steve Ambroses, the Carlton Conways, the Steve Rizutkos, the Bill Wargos, ex-chiefs, everybody. Almost everybody in that department has been disciplined or had a disciplinary record. That's what ProPublica reported, and other news media organizations have reported that. They are responsible for going into the inner cities and setting people up for crimes they did not do, falsifying evidence, even up to fingerprint, false, any kind of evidence you can think of. They were using techniques in the Max Sims case of hypnosis. Charles
No,
Wicks.
Carolina. This is the real life Wolverines of Elkhart and South Bend, Indiana area.
Yes.
This is no dang movie. This is a nightmare for people.
Yes. They called themselves the Wolverines. They were inside the Elkhart Police Department, and they were just corrupt, derelict cops. A lot of you guys don't know, but my Uncle Jimmy was murdered by the Elkhart Police July 3rd of 2001, which was kind of buried because there was a lot of stories going on at that time. In September of that year was the September 11th. It took all over all media. Mm-hmm. Uncle Jimmy was murdered by the police. The officers involved with that was Tim Federer and Dan Colson. The call came in, and within seconds of them, well, minutes, they were in the hotel room, came through a prop door, shot him in the chest 3 times with a 40 cal. And 2 girls at the hotel room that were there to set him up were allowed to run from the hotel room and never be seen again or brought up again. It originated from a dog bite when him and another friend were pulled over. The other friend ran. They let the dog go. The canine jumped in the car, bit him all in the crotch. He had to have skin grafts, and, Grandma Helen was talking about suing, and they got rid of him. I can't say that he was, not in trouble or anything like that, but he didn't deserve to die the way he did.
Absolutely.
The same cops, that's what, as you know, I grew up in the system of Elkhart County as a child from 8 years old in 1989. I still have every bit of my paperwork. The same judges, the Bonfiglio, he oversaw every family and children court case. They sent me to group homes, foster homes. I was in foster homes where the kids took guns to Westside Middle School. They sent me home to cover it up. I was in foster homes where abuse, physical, mental, and some of the kids were sexually abused in there. When we would report that, they would transfer us to another group home or a foster home, therapeutic foster homes. And what they would tell us is, oh, no, it was just a misunderstanding. It really didn't happen. You were just...
It's not what you think you saw.
It was all a dream.
Yeah, we saw what we saw, and we know what we saw. And when we reported that, it was covered up, and then they move you along to hide what's going on. And then they send you to counseling, and they the counselors debrief you, and here, take this pill to make you forget this shit. You'll get better. You know how it goes. Or, the therapists try to coax you. They do that. They used us for information about our families, a lot of us kids, like nefariously sending us in counselors and playing little games with you, showing you boxes with bears and putting headphones on and saying, all right, now point to the box with the bear holding a square over its head and tell me, raise your hand when you hear a beep in your ear, like weird ass shit, you know, like, and then in the meantime, they're asking you, you know, like weird ass questions and shit that you've never been exposed to in your life. You know, I don't know if anybody's ever been incarcerated, but when you go to the Reception Diagnostic Center, they do a questionnaire on you and they ask you the weirdest questions. And they ask them 2 or 3 times to see if you answer, if you're being deceptive. You know, and it's kind of like the same thing.
Yeah.
It's psychoanalyzing you.
It's indoctrination of you.
You look on my channel, there's a video. I called the courthouse to try to get my records. They don't have them. The Judge Von Pigley ordered me to have psychoneural evaluation twice in my life. I've tried to get those records. I've tried to get them recently because of, you know, going to Oaklawn and therapists and taking medications to get it right. I've asked them to do genetic testing. They won't do it. I've asked them to go back and find those records because I want to know what them results were. Now, I knew that they had said to my mother that I was on a higher spectrum, which meant, you know, they wanted to do 2 EEGs because the first one they were like, holy shit.
Inconclusive.
Well, and then they do another one, but you don't know what they're doing when they tell you to take this drink, go to sleep, or what kind of music they're piping in your fucking head, or, you know, it's real shit. You think about that. You want to know what the results of these things are. And back when I took that shit, you remember the printers where you put the paper in and it had the green and light white stripes on it, and then on the edges of the paper you could fold it and tear off the tabs because it would feed it through the printer?
Yeah, it had the little knobs on the fucking roller. Yeah.
Old dot matrix styles.
Yep. Dot matrix. Yep.
That's the shit that was printing on as it was reading your waves. So it's on paperwork somewhere. Where did it go? The judge ordered it, so, you know, he failed to maintain the record of the court, or what? They destroyed it? But yet when I was a kid at 16, they waived me to adult court and they used all that shit against you. Well, I mean, you would think that they would have the record, right? You know, so they admitted to it. They don't have it. And that's what kids deal with. It's like I said, that's what drives me even more. And what we do now, I mean, it just shows. You see, I mean,
we're bringing it to light, brother, and we're going to do everything we can to help your city, your state, our country. It's got to be everybody working together to do this. And
I can't do anything to go back and change myself. It's what these other kids are going through. This same, you know, one of the same judges has been there since 1986. You know, and he didn't only deal with every family and children case, and he admitted it in his testimony on Ballotpedia, but now he's dealing with people in a superior court. Well, guess who he's dealing with?
Those same kids that grew up and have all these issues because they fucked them up.
And that's right. That's exactly right. It's like you indoctrinated them to be what they are, and now they're institutionalized. A lot of them can't get away from it. They're on drugs to deal with their pain. They have family issues. Their kids have been taken away through CPS just like they were. And they stereotype you for your past or what you grew up with.
Hey, I hate to cut you off here, but we got a couple short clips here that you would like people to see.
Kick me out of here so I can watch that because I want to see it too.
All
right, brother. I'll see you guys later. And thank you guys, everybody in chat.
Sorry to cut you off like that, but I want to try and keep it moving here, and we'll have it's gonna be a mini series, man. You can come up anytime and talk about your experiences. You just can't hijack my stream.
There's just a lot of videos.
I know there is, and we're gonna go through them all. It may take me a little while because of my job and circumstances, but we're gonna get to them, man. We're gonna do what we can to help you out and to bring this shit to light, bro.
Well, just so everybody knows, that's public record right there. That's not them videos right there. Them 13 videos. Disseminate that. That's what it's for. All right, I'm out of here.
All right, buddy. All right, these are little snippets here. One's like a minute and some, and the other's like 30 seconds. This is a snippet from these hot mic fucking restreams. This is them, I think, putting passwords in and opening files up. I don't know if you guys can read that, but this is all shit they live streamed. Wow, they forgot to turn their fucking live stream off. They're creating, looks like they're creating a Zoom meeting or Facebook Live. Really?
Yeah, it's Facebook Live.
I can't read it, but I may just have to post this as as a video. Let y'all.
You get that thing to me, and I can zoom in on that. But it's your channel. You handle it how you wish. Don't sweat it. You can drop it in an email later or something.
I'm gonna do it right now. Fuck that. Okay. People want to see this shit, man, and it's important for people to see this shit. Do you want to post your email in the private chat, or do you care if people know it, or what?
It's CaucasianSasquatch@gmail.com. It's not even hard.
All lowercase?
Yep. All one word, lowercase.
We'll get Sasquatch to play these 2 videos, guys. Let's see if this works. See if you get an email. It's not going to have a. Yeah, I just put some.
It doesn't matter. Just sling it over here. I'll get it.
Bear with us, guys. I'm sorry. We'll get it. Get it fixed here. I'll remove both of these from the studio.
You also have a private chat, and if you can drop links in private
it's
chat.
Not a link.
There.
It's just a raw video.
All right.
Should be sent.
All right. Come on, Googly, work right. Give me the business.
It might take a minute since I'm on a phone hotspot.
Yeah.
Doing the best I can with what I got.
Hey, baby, that's what we all do, right? You get bored, you get with me backstage, and I'll walk you all the way through all of the StreamYard crap. There's a bunch to it.
Well, I was trying to do it earlier on Streamlabs, and there's just no way to do it on Streamlabs that I found. Or is there?
Streamlabs, I'm not so familiar with. Typically, as I understand it, it basically does the same thing StreamYards does, with like all of the gizmos are upside down and backwards. So if you're coming from StreamYards into Streamlabs, it's really difficult to get a grip on it at first.
Oh, don't worry. We'll be 2/13 of the way there by the time the stream's ended, guys, because we got another video to go through yet. This shit has me wanting to keep going, because this shit is stuff that people need to see. This is what goes on behind closed doors. This is what they do when they think no one's watching.
Right. How big of a
Barbie's
Oh,
Dust
was-
Bunnies? What?
what about Dust Buddies?
Someone's in a no. Show your face. You're not coming up. We ain't doing that.
Yeah, we ain't going out like that.
Mm-mm. I can't see nothing.
I
You're
might
gonna have
go
to
out
make-
on a stretcher, but I ain't going out like a punk.
Nope. You're gonna have to put no Barbie's Dust Bunnies. I don't know who you are. It's not a link, Carolina.
That's what's taking so long. Is it's having to
It's just
the whole thing.
regular video file, and that's why we're having.
And he's on a hotspot, so it takes a second.
Barbie's Dust Bunnies trying to come up on the fucking panel. I don't know who you are. Nice try.
Good effort.
Missed it by that much.
Right?
There's an old guy outside my semi right now holding up a fishing line. There's 4 people in line ahead of you, Jimmy.
Have you got a different video you can run while we're waiting on this to come through? Or is
I
it
do.
even going to do that?
I do. I have the second
Okay.
video in the installment in the mini series.
And I'll let you know when it pops up.
10-4. Here we go, guys. Episode 2 of Shitstorm in South Bend.
The administrative assistant position is being retitled as executive assistant, and that raise is larger than 5% because that person is moving from 40,440 to 45,000. Those are the second and third line items. The coordinator of support services, Frank Fatia, was getting paid from 2 line items, a total of $58,510. He's being retitled commissioner administrative staff and is being increased 5% to $61,436. The veteran service officer was being a targeted increase from $34,599 to $41,000. That's an 18% increase for that specific position. Fixed asset specialist is also being increased a little bit larger than the 5% because there was already a raise agreed to in the current year. So this is one of those situations where the adopted 2022 is different than the amended 2022 because there's already been a raise built into this year. So it looks like a much larger raise than it is. It's 5% above what they're currently getting paid. The human resource director is a targeted raise to $70,000 to attempt to get closer to the market, although it's somewhat less than what the market would pay for, obviously in the private sector for an HR director. And
All right, so we may see some of this stuff twice. I don't want to skip around too much because, as you could tell from the first video, there's a lot of information being disseminated here. And I mean, yes, granted, you guys can go back and watch it, but watching it together is a good way to be able to discuss it as well. And these types of things, I think, need discussed. Just my opinion.
Director of procurement is another situation down there at the very bottom of the page where it does look larger, but it is a 5% increase over what was already given to the director of procurement when there was a reorganization in that specific subset of the commissioner's department. If you flip through pages 5 and 6, which are the non-personnel items, there are very few changes. Other contractual services went up $23,000. There's a bunch of things like this employment study that are paid for by the commissioners. Promotion went up $35,000, and you may have noticed the commissioners are giving out keys and plaques and awards and persons of the year and citizens of the year, and therefore the promotions line item is requesting more dollars. And $400 for a drainage ditch fee, because we have some parcels, this is on the last page of the general fund, that we have some parcels that we own And we're not allowed to not pay our drainage ditch fees just because we, the county, own those parcels. I'll pause because that's the general fund, and I'll let you ask Derek questions because this is his first budget as the leader of the commissioners in the budget process, and he can answer questions as to why he's set up this specific portion of his budget.
Yeah, this budget was put together. Randy had some input. They can hear me.
Well, Mark can't. Oh, well.
Jesus criminy, dude.
Okay, thank you. That's not the middle finger, Dick. That's
Yeah.
just thumbs up. Yeah, Andy had some input on this. So again, just like everything, it's all been a work in progress. But the things that we have done with your help so far, with your guys' help, specifically for PSAP, with helping out with the salaries, that really did a good job, and with the new director there, that they're doing very well on everything that's going there with her. We were extremely lucky to get Richard as our IT director. You can tell he's very squared away, knows what he's doing, and comes with a wealth of knowledge and stuff from Elkhart. I think you all know that we have had 3 of our people, EMA, are no longer working for us. There was huge issues in that. One that you guys have been a part of trying to update these sirens for a long, long time, which have never been done. Just the other things that have gone on there, from mileage, attendance, and then when the new interim director took over, he found that 2 months of mail was sitting in the mailroom that hadn't been opened, and we are working to try to get all of the paperwork back to the state, because they had forms that were never filled out, turned in, updated. So we're fixing all that, is another thing. The other thing that everybody here has worked on, and it started with Mark's suggestion for building security. We need to get an executive session with you guys and the people who are doing a proposal. When we met with Sheriff Redmond and Major Noonan, which Bobby Kay and Raphael were there, they cannot staff what we have currently in the county city building. So there's a proposal from Trident Security, which are sworn officers of the South Bend Police who do off-duty work. So we'll present that in an executive session probably next week or whenever y'all can do that. So we're doing that. I thank Corey for hooking us up with Enterprise, because that's going to really give us a good idea of what we have as far as vehicles, because mileage has not been kept, gas consumption has not been kept, phantom damage has not been kept. EMA is missing registrations from their car. We have a PSAP truck we haven't a title for. So that's part of the thing, and I am taking the fleet manager out. We've talked about that with Kim. Until we get our final information from Enterprise to see if we really need that, or they can do it, or a combination of both. So we'll get working on that. We've met with the ERP. I've assigned somebody, called him the 4th commissioner. He will now be working exclusively with Butler and Seneff to get that. Oh, okay, my bad. Either way, 3.5. So his job is now going to be specifically to help them, which I think he brings some level of expertise so they can get that going. That's one of the reasons that we gave. Yeah. Yep. So that's his, so yeah, he knows his stuff, so that'll be good. So that's why we gave a bump to our secretary, our executive secretary, because she's taking a lot of his things that he did, which was a lot of other things. So she'll be concentrating on that. And one of the things in the budget, and whatever line item that was, there was a contract signed 4 years ago for $750,000 to rent a parking garage for our vehicles that we pay. I don't know what number it's, I think it's $79,000 a year.
All right, we've already heard that, and I think you're ready to show.
Yep. Okay, there's 2 ways to do this. You can swap where our locations are and then go big screen. Does that make sense? Next one. Okay, you want to do that, but you want to put me where you are. Does that make sense? Or you can just click on the little square next to my face down here where my face would be. It should bring my screen up whole by itself. All right. There you go. Now, what this says is APC. There, a little bit closer. Quality here is less than desirable. APC, AMC.
I can't read it.
Letters. Even blurred up that big, I can't tell. Huh. You got me, man. Let's see. And get it back down to the right size. Can y'all hear that coming through?
No.
That's just a little background noise from the film.
Yeah, it's all good.
Okay.
Havoc
All right.
says, so ironic that he just gave the director of IT a shout out. That's
That's probably the guy that's smoking them up so hard. Okay,
they're trying to start a Facebook Live video, famous, so you can see it up top left there.
Like, listen to this stream. It says no signal, but this has been broadcasting for 9 days, and you can hear everything on hot mics.
Hold on, I can turn that one up.
Now I'll enhance that.
Enhance.
And put it up on the channel and let people get nosy.
Let's get nosy.
That's what I'll do.
Let's get nosy. We can do that. Let me. Oops, wrong button.
You got the right people on the case, famously. Well, some of the right people, or not wrong people.
Like, listen to this stream. It says no signal, but this has been broadcasting for 9 days, and you can hear everything on hot mics. Now I'll enhance that and put it up on the channel and let people get nosy.
Yeah, we real nosy.
We gonna do it. I promise you, we're gonna do it. I don't know.
I'll work on that in my tools later. I might be able to get something out of that second one.
Well, if you do, send it back to me and I'll post it on my channel. Or I'll send it to Famously and he can post it. Either way.
All right. Push the other little button to put us back to do the thing. And if you want to, you can do that switch thing and it'll put you back in control of the screen. Bammo. Professional, look at you.
Jesus, C4T. Talking in fucking goddamn meme. I love the guy. It's great.
79.2. Okay. So actually, Friday I'm going because I have been told, and I haven't seen it yet, elevators don't work. It's filthy, homeless. It's a bad thing. So if we can get out of their contracts, we will, because that's a lot of money just for so many cars, because all of the other cars in our fleet parked there. I think some employees park there, but then some employees have to pay. I don't know. It's just kind of bizarre. So we'll check into that. So that's a lot of money for parking. So we'll look at that. And then also some of the parcels, once we clear some of that up, we have in the city. Bobby, you remember how many pieces of property we owned in the city? It was over 100, right? Okay, it was a lot, at least. So yeah, so once we refine that from
who has the exact data, Carlson, we'll come to you and talk, because I'm of the mind of, why don't we sell all those things that we have to mow, maintain, give them a citizen to buy them for $1. They have it, they pay taxes, and we get it off our plate. So that's another thing we're working on. We're working on possibly bidding out the rest of snowplow and mowing, because we have way too many miles. We don't have enough people to do that. So we're getting caught up on that. So thank you guys for helping out and giving stuff when we need to do it, and good give and take. I did, eliminated the county executive, which has been on the plate here for a while, that Andy talked about in his state of the county. My view, that should be my job, or soon to be job, or whatever. So we don't need an added layer between us and you and that. And I think there also, at one time, was a projected project manager, which we don't need. So that's collectively us working together and doing things. I think we can handle anything that would arise when we're talking to each other, working with each other, or whatever. So that's a good thing.
Where's all that money at fucking loan you, mother?
Hey, man, I'm strengthened, man. It's in me, man. I done drunk it up, man. Look. And I ate it up and drunk it up.
Still gonna buy your pussy?
No, I get that on credit.
All right.
Can we get a little context on that? Famously. Give it a second. We'll play it again. I take it this guy in the red may be a government worker. Let me see what he says here. Derek Dieter, County Commissioner, and Council President McBride, who also runs County Work Release, as Director Sharon McBride on video. This guy in the red is a government official talking about a girl's punani. Let's play it again.
Whoa. Where's all that money at fucking loan you, mother?
Hey, man, I'm strengthened, man. It's in me, man. I done drunk it up, man. Look. And I ate it up and drunk it up.
Still gonna buy your pussy?
No, I get that on credit.
All right.
Wow. Why is he talking to the people like that?
All right, I got what you've got pinned up.
Oh, this parking garage?
Yeah.
Okay, let me do.
Why wait? Get your Daily 3 and Daily 4 numbers straight from the Hoosier Lottery today at 1:30 on WNDU Channel 16, your Hoosier Lottery affiliate.
Earlier today, a piece of cement broke off the northwest parking lot on Main and Wayne Streets in downtown South Bend. The debris fell into the middle of the street, but thankfully no one was injured. Wayne Street is closed for the evening. The South Bend Engineering Department will take over tomorrow to assess the damages.
Wow.
Well, be careful out there. Carry your umbrellas.
Yeah, your titanium ones.
Right.
All right, so we'll remove. Okay, so the video I showed that's up on the screen right now, I think, right?
Yes.
Is this right here. Wow.
So they're paying these guys to do stuff, and they're discussing about using it for illicit activities. Not, they say he smoked it, drank it, and ate it.
That's what it sounds like to me.
And he's like, "No, you went and got hookers."
Hey, whoa. Where's all that money I fucking loan you, mother?
Hey, man, I'm strengthened, man. It's in me, man. Look, I done drunk it up, man. Look. And I ate it up. I done ate it up and drunk
You
it
still
up.
gonna buy your pussy?
No, I get that on credit.
All right.
Oh my God.
Loaning him money
Oh my God.
on credit.
On city credit. On city fucking credit. Trafficking with an inmate. Yeah, and there's a couple ladies there, it looked like.
I'm not sure that would qualify as a lady given the circumstances. I mean, is she a public citizen or is she a public servant? I don't know who that lady is.
It looked like, I think Dreamy Lynn says, who's the guy in the blue shirt? An inmate, I think. The guy that was talking. Dreamy, is that what you mean? This just gets crazier and crazier, huh, bro?
Fucking devil.
Mind blown.
Well, I mean, everybody knows stuff like this happens. It's just when it comes out, slaps you in the face, it's like having a turd flung in your face, you know?
Yeah, it's one thing for people to know that it happens.
Yeah.
It's another to see it and hear it happen.
Yeah.
That's the mind fuck. And this, I can guarantee you, this type of shit is happening in every single city in America. I guarantee you there's every single city.
The names are changed to protect the guilty.
Exactly. All right, let's go back to this video.
Apparently, she's City Council President Sharon McBride and the Director of Work Release, Derek Dieter, is County Commissioner and a former SP cop.
South Bend. Wow. City Council President sitting there lapping it up when they're talking about prostitutes and shit. Yeah, we're on video 2 in the series. This one is getting absolutely, Carolina. You're right. Let's get to it. We got an hour of this.
There's probably stuff I missed with y'all.
And I'm gonna tell you, we're gonna do this as much as I can. We got 13 total videos to go through. So, you know, if you guys don't like long streams, I'm sorry, but this shit's important. We have to expose this shit nationwide. Every city, we gotta get this gone. It's that simple.
I'll have questions. Let me just sum up the seated fund because sometimes we overlook that and then we decide we'd like to talk about it way late in the game. So seated fund, which is page 7 for those of you following along at home, is where we catch some additional commissioner expenses like legal expenses, which are being requested as an increase. We typically spend more than the budget is. So you can either budget more, or you can see the commissioners back next summer for an additional appropriation, your choice. There's also an increase for leaf pickup, which is contractual with the organization that does the leaf pickup. And there's an increase in the line item that we use for demolitions. Over time, we had allowed the demolition line item to drizzle down to almost nothing, and therefore no demolitions were being done on parcels that the county needed to demolish. Well, with this aggressive...
No, because the buildings are fucking at this point demolishing themselves.
Yeah, just give it time, bro. That's what they're doing. They're holding out for it to just fall over.
They're waiting for fucking old Mother Nature to take over.
What was it they called it? Accidental demolition?
Accidental demolition, yeah. What's up, Angel K?
Georgia, we call that fraud.
Yeah. Theft by deception. AZ Unfiltered, what is up, bro? This is some shit here, man. Go back. You're gonna have to go back and watch his stream over, or you can go to Famously Unfamous's page and go check out these videos. But this is crazy, crazy shit, guys. Back to the video.
Code enforcement that we're involved in, it may very well be that we're going to need to have some demolition money for some of those parcels in the long range. The increase is $250,000. The actual total is $700,000. So I think that the concept from the budget manager on the 7th floor, Kara, is that she's going to pay out more than $400,000 in legal fees. The question is whether or not you want to budget it, because we're going to have more than $400,000 in legal fees, or whether or not you want to see it as an additional appropriation next summer. All the above. So I think that attorneys that are on staff have scopes of work that are covered for their $30,000 paychecks, and then everything else they bill at hourly rates.
This is insane.
Yeah, you may be right on the scope of. I don't know the scope of work that's covered under their salary.
All right, Groucho Marx.
They are billing for hours. You're right. No, we have 4 in the commissioners, 1 in the assessor, 1 in the sheriff. Not 20.
I think there's 8 or 9.
Your council attorney. It does come up every year, so I'm not discounting your point.
So why don't we get a track of it and leave it as is and have them come and justify it?
I think that's what we've done in years past. We've had the same exact conversation.
Was it high last year because of the redistricting stuff?
Well, there have been one-offs. Redistricting was the fun one this last year.
That's what I'm saying. You're welcome. That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. Keep it and let them come back and tell us why they need it.
And maybe instead of waiting until they're out of money, you could request some type of quarterly update on what we spent our legal fees on. So it's not surprising.
There you go.
I think you're going to find it's normal stuff, but so I'm not actually trying to make it sound sarcastic.
So you want us, or we can?
That's right.
Anna, they're up now, but we're going over them so we can kind of discuss, have an actual discussion, have a discourse about what's going on. I think that's a better way of going about it to try and spread awareness. You get people talking and conversing and going over things. It also helps the community come together, I think, as well.
I also want to congratulate you on using the word bloviating in a sentence properly. I figure 1 in 12 people might be able to do that.
I don't think I could. Not right now anyway. I'm too tired. But this is crazy, crazy shit, dude. Like when I told you that we was going to be going over some crazy shit. Did you?
I didn't see this coming. I'll be honest, this kind of caught me off guard a little bit. I appreciate you allowing me to come in and witness this because, dear Lord.
Yeah, we got several more episodes to go, buddy. It ain't going to happen tonight, but
we'll
get her done eventually.
You sling it over here and I'll come in as soon as I can. We'll get it, dude, in the best possible way we can figure out to do it.
Like if I have to do an hour at a time after I'm done driving. You know what I mean?
I'm retired. If I'm not currently doing a live stream or a show somewhere else, I'm down.
Right on. And anybody else is welcome to come up. Pinned comment is the link to the StreamYard. So if you want to come up and be a part of the discussion without having to type your ass off, Come on up. Let's go.
That's right.
Okay, I can retro that and ask them to send us what they've spent the money on this year.
That'd be great.
And that's a good, we can quarterly, hey, y'all need to tell us.
I think that's what Corey said. That there was one of 9.
And one more thing that we're checking on is, we've talked about a redevelopment of their salaries of how much money redevelopment should be paying that. So once we get that stuff, we'll.
Oh, there goes the neighborhood.
How much are we paying the attorneys to figure that out?
We should have went to law school.
This is where we take a shot at Steve.
I should have studied in school.
Maybe, by the way.
Oh. Did you get a hat? Did you get a Dalton hat?
If you don't manage, then you would have tremendous costs that you shouldn't be having. Bingo, you've got to manage attorneys. I never asked my attorney what the time is and what the charge. So.
Man, I want to skip forward, but then again, I don't.
Many years of experience.
Who sets the scope?
As far as.
How much time they take versus just their pay. Because my best attorney was my most expensive by the hour, but it didn't take many hours.
I think Joe's question, what's the scope? So they're hired to do this deputy inspector position. What is the scope of that work? So what falls outside of this? They're allowed to go?
I don't know the answer to that, do you?
Offhand, no.
And then I guess another question there is, when do we know they're billing?
I think that's true.
Well, and I guess to that.
So we have Mish, Pete, Heppenheimer. We'll get it. Say we need to get your updates. So will you send something to Triple, or do you want us to send something, or?
Triple? I think we need to see. It'd be well, and how many quick one-off questions like, how do they do that in Kosciuszko County? He's like, I'll find out.
Catch me outside. How about that?
Right.
He only gets a salary from the commissioner's budget. All other time is billed as incurred. The election board doesn't have a separate line item for attorneys, so he's just billing for that.
I should have studied more in school. I should have studied. Shouldn't have dropped out of high school. No, that's a good point to find, like, because I get you all. It's a good gig.
We have our people check in and out of.
Kronos.
Absolutely, C4T. Yep.
Yeah. Good point.
He said good point at about the perfect time,
Just
too.
to say we covered it, because then we can at least talk about it later on as what changes you want to make. Page 8 is CCD. Well, unless you had other questions.
When you look at the leak contract, I mean, by the time you total up all these extra costs that we're paying, we're right back to square one.
You know, we agreed on that already, didn't we?
Let me see if
So,
I can get forward.
yes, we have a
'cause I think
contract,
we did.
And
hear
I don't remember what
majority
the
of
old
this.
price was. Wasn't it like $2 million at one point in time?
We were paying 1.2 and it was giving us 1.7 and 2.3.
But you're right, it does seem like it has creeped back up.
But I think we agreed to it.
No, we can't. But this guy sitting in his car has never said a word this entire time. Like, what the fudge is his point of even being on there?
Right, but.
Who's
And
Shelley?
Shelly's iPad. Congratulations, Shelly. You got an overpriced fucking piece of equipment. Good for you.
That doesn't work very well.
Equipment and labor, and he baked in inflation. According to this, he's up 6%.
Wow.
I don't think it has anything to do with reason. I think we already signed the contract. We determined it was reasonable then. If I remember.
Should I call Mish and? That's a joke. Bob, how long it was that you guys, a couple years ago, did a?
Well, this says it's a 2022. This says it's a 2022 through 2027 contract. So was it just a year ago, probably? Would we all like copies of that contract? I mean, it's a public document. No, Kara can pull it.
Kara, yeah, I'll check. I'll Kara check
Good to
that.
see you, brother.
2027.
Yeah, 2020.
So this is what we've been going over the whole time, bro. There's South Bend, Indiana left a live stream going for 2 weeks. Famously Unfamous was gracious and patient enough to get us all this footage, and we're just kind of going through it, talking about what we're hearing these pieces of shit say and do, and spreading the message, man.
I got to be honest, man. I haven't heard a single thing come out of these people's mouth that didn't sound either criminal or culpable.
No. And they're laughing about everything like it's just a fucking joke, man. That
$2 million.
Huh?
$2 million.
Yeah. It's not our money. We don't care.
Let's get our retirement set.
Obviously, we need a second house in Florida.
Yeah, we need to set up a retirement home in Florida when we're 50 years old. When we haven't done a damn thing for our community. Makes sense.
I hope he ain't running a hooker out of that apartment he's renting.
Well, it did sound like his wife was staying in Florida.
Yeah. His in Florida, and he established himself as a resident of Indiana.
And with the video we saw, the 15-second video with the
sounded like prostitutes.
Yeah, it seems like they do like them.
Yeah.
So that makes a person wonder.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's running if he knows this fucking video's out.
No, he ain't, because they're confident that nothing will happen to him.
They're in pockets all over town. They're in everybody's pocket. The DA won't bring charges.
The reason for that, Joko, is you got to remember, man, Notre Dame law schools right there. They're all part of the same club. They're all friends on Facebook. They all have each other's numbers. They all go to the same restaurants. They all go to the same bars. They all have the same hookers. It's a brotherhood for them. It truly is, because they're all part of the Masons. And YouTube, you can fact check me, whatever. We just saw proof of it, or we will see proof of it.
Yeah.
The Notre Dame Law School is destroying this town by putting everybody in the same courtrooms and the same fucking, you know what I mean? It's just,
yeah.
They're lining it up.
Yeah, they're doing it to themselves. And then when they're done with Elkhart or South Bend or Mishawaka, they'll move on to the next one and do it there. And it's a slow, painful fucking process for the fucking residents that are watching their hometown just disintegrate before their eyes.
Yeah.
It's truly
They're not
disgusting.
talking chump change either.
No, we're talking hundreds of millions of dollars over years.
Yep.
It's not chump change.
Not by a long shot. Think of everything government in one city that is all interconnected and they're all in cahoots with each other. Millions
Very
upon
incestuous.
millions.
They all have a phone. They can pick up the phone, and someone's going to answer the other end. That's what they got.
Look. And a lot of times, famously, I'm sure, they're on the same cases and graduated the same class. Now, tell me that's not a fucking conflict of interest.
I can't do that.
I don't even, I'm having a hard time comprehending just exactly how widespread this is. But then again, I'm understanding exactly how widespread this is.
It covers at least 2 states. Correct me if I'm wrong. If charges were to be brought against this individual who's ostensibly
Indiana, Ohio.
no, Indiana
listen.
and Florida.
Oh, Florida.
At minimum.
Minimal.
Yeah.
And if you think about it, the Michigan state line is right there too. So how, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Michiana. It's called the Michiana area. Well, yeah, and okay, it absolutely is every state. But this exact situation that we're talking about right here, look. That right there. That's what I was going to get to. Media, the government, business, they all come from Notre Dame and they're all part of the same fraternities. And you know what I mean? Like, even the bars in the area are infiltrated by them. They use the fucking bars because all of the goddamn school kids, the college students go there and they fraternize, and people that run like that are security there or bouncers there or fucking run the fucking karaoke are all involved. They're all involved. You got a guy that runs a karaoke, or his wife does. It's a former cop. And they got a bunch of damn undercover cops working in there off duty as security. Now tell me that the bars and the liquor stores aren't involved with it too. They absolutely are. Go ahead, Caucasian. I see you thinking.
And I was reading chat, and it's pretty much agreed in chat that this is taking place in every single small town, county, every commission, everywhere. And there's an individual who financed a vast number of our district attorneys, who shall remain nameless from my mouth.
Now look what's on the screen right now that I highlighted. Now look. That's a fact. Think of I bet if you were to check into some of the bars around there, or just that area in general, the number of people that, or I'm not even going to say people, I'm going to say females.
Blue line bars.
No, I'm going to say females that have woken up in a house that they've never been in before or that they don't know. I bet if a person was to look that up, you might find that there's an extremely high amount of college girls that are waking up in places they've never been to or don't remember or don't know how they got there. because they went to a certain bar that's a favorite of the college kids, and that the DJ's really cool, or we got security there. Look, it's by design. It's the
My
dumbing
daughter
down
was
of
bugged
America.
once. Yeah. My daughter was bugged once.
C4T, you're absolutely right. Right there. That's what I'm talking about. This is more widespread than what these videos are even showing. If you follow the money, that's where it's at. Follow the money. There's a reason why there's a new channel in the area that the cops let get real close to them, but the cop. Why would that be? Maybe they're trying to paint a different picture. Something to think about.
Hey, did you see Todd? He did a video, Cop Watch Tonight, too.
Did he?
Yeah. I was surprised.
The more you look into this, the more widespread it becomes, and the more your jaw just sinks lower and lower.
How far down the rabbit hole would you like to go?
And yeah, and where's commission in all this? Where the complaint? Who's reviewing the complaints that people may or may not be putting in on these people? The motherfuckers that are protecting them. The same mother that went to school with them or taught them, or where's the reprieve from the fucking corruption? Look, just so you know, I'm not bullshitting. Guys, we've got to do more. We need every city in America to have cameras out, and every government building needs a simultaneous fucking audit with 2 cameras and a third as a lookout. A silent person there watching to make sure that fucking shit don't go sideways, or that if it does, they have another camera ready. A whole town simultaneously, whatever, all at the same time. Every government agency audited at the same time. Could you imagine?
They would call that an insurrection.
They wouldn't know what to call that because they would be in shock. They would all be calling the police and, what do you want us to do? We're here. We're here. We're here. That would get our point across. We need to make that the new TikTok challenge. Eyes on corruption, new TikTok challenge. Or film public servants, new TikTok challenge. Could you imagine the shock waves that would fucking send throughout this nation? The level of, I don't want to say fear, but again, it is fear that they would feel knowing that every single establishment at the same time was being recorded.
Well, technically speaking, it's all supposed to be. They've got 13 cameras in every lobby in America.
Yes,
they got 12 cameras in Walmart parking lots, man.
But their footage comes up missing or redacted.
No,
Ours don't.
They can't find it.
Well, Like I said, it comes up missing, or their cameras don't work, or their fucking panic buttons are fucking missing.
I wonder if those buttons ever got installed, or if some random meth head managed to come in and just jack them all.
No, they probably paid somebody to install them that never fucking installed them, and then they just pocketed the fucking money. And then you got like this right here, the flock cameras reading license plates all around your city.
Yep.
They're installing facial recognition everywhere. But yet they're worried about our fucking cameras on the fucking ground.
Right. They're installing ineffectual facial recognition software on every light post they can find, and at the same time running every single license plate that goes through an intersection. But they're not making a database, and they're not tracking you.
They're storing all that data from the flock cameras and the facial recognition system at the fucking fusion centers. It's where it's going. They know where we're at before we know where we're at. And they're worried about our cameras.
Yep.
When does the madness stop, guys? It's time for us to fucking put our goddamn feet down and say enough is enough. I'm not calling for violence. I'm not calling for anything like that.
And Cap's got it. The government hates competition.
Yeah, no shit.
That's why they went after the mafia so hard.
Let's get back to this video. Man, it's time to wake up, people. If these 2 videos, 3 videos, 4 videos we've seen so far doesn't show you that, look what they do when they think we're not looking, guys. It's time.
27. And it's got built-in escalators. Bobby, you also have mentioned in the past that you felt like there was some things that were gray in the contract, like who pays for what fuel, or who pays for where he dumps leaves. I don't know the contract well enough to answer that.
Part of the contract is he was expecting to purchase or lease the equipment too, so I guess maybe there'd be a reason to look to make sure that actually happens. That's the notice of you know what it's.
I don't think
It's at Corey's house
qualified
last
immunity
October.
is the real enemy. I think it's absolute immunity. The judges and the lawmakers.
So 50,400 for a regular commissioner.
No, C4T. Built-in escalators for rate of pay increases. Has nothing to do with the handicap or stairs or changing elevation. It's escalators. Automatic rate of pay increases.
And 55,440 for a presidential commissioner. Yeah. No, they do not check in on Cronus. Elected officials don't have to.
Comment I make on that is I think the 5% is very reasonable. And I think when we get to the council budget, it's certainly reasonable for the council members to get 5% too. So that I'm just looking ahead to our next session.
Yeah, that's why we put.
And I think anybody that thinks that the 5% is wrong, I got a lot of arguments. I think it's wrong. The other thing is, okay, the other thing is, I think we got a lesson. And we should listen to our lesson. If you don't do anything, then all of a sudden you want 20% and you get put to the wall because you want 20%. You didn't get anything for 4 years, but now you want a 20% increase. And it's stupid politics. And so a little bit every year is a hell of a lot better than putting it off for a big problem later, which is what we did.
Something about stupid politics and
Hold on. I just heard. Pause it. What he said is it's kind of a stupid policy because it only gives us a little bit every year increase when it should be more. But he doesn't say that it should be more. He just left it hanging.
When it should, and then stopped, right?
Basically,
Yeah.
he says when it, and then someone else started laughing and you couldn't hear what he said, but I'm almost certain he finished it with "it should be more."
See if we can back it up just a little bit. We're at, what, about 20 seconds?
For years. But now you want it 20%, and you want 20%. The other thing.
Officials don't have to.
So that, I'm just looking ahead to our next session.
Yeah, that's why we put.
And I think anybody that thinks that the 5% is wrong, I go, I think it's wrong. The other thing, the other thing is, okay, you're thinking about all that. The other thing is, I think we got a lesson, and we should listen to our lessons. If you don't do anything, then all of a sudden you want 20% and you get put to the wall because you want 20%. We didn't get anything for 4 years, but now you want a 20% increase. And it's stupid politics, and so a little bit every year is a hell of a lot better than putting it off for a big problem later.
He said a little bit every year is a lot better than pushing it off and giving a whole lot once.
Right. So 20% every 5 years is not as good as 5% a year. You'd get 20 over 4 years instead of 5.
Well, and it kind of, to me, it seems like they're trying to do like the Nazis did, where they gradually, just like they're doing our rights, just like they do everything. They do it in such tiny increments that nobody notices.
And
No
when
one
they came
notices.
for me,
Yeah.
and when they came for me, there was no one to speak for me.
Yep. It's like the old frog in a
The
puddle
pot,
water.
yeah. He gets
If you
warmer and warmer and warmer till he's dead.
Yeah, he won't jump out, but you try and throw him in there in a fucking already hot, he ain't gonna go in. He's gonna fight.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want us fighting back. That's why they do it like this. Unbelievable. Yeah, buddy.
Except the attorneys.
So then all of a sudden we need a big raise. No, 5%, like
Well, I want 10%. Okay. Were there any other questions on seated?
Well, I want 10%, cocky bastard.
Demolitions. The request was that we hold additional dollars there in that line item for demolitions. It was the only reason. There's really very little else paid out of that, though. Space studies, we haven't done a space study. Well, if you recall, we're trying to get 500,000 from South Bend just to do the current list of demolitions. So it could be that much a year.
Wow.
She had what? Yeah, I think she has 100 in her budget.
So, like the thing, like
real quick, guys, if you notice, I'm highlighting these links that Famously is fucking putting in the chat, guys. This is all stories related to what they're talking about in this video here. Check them out. It's not there for looks. This is talking about the corruption, talking about everything going on in the city. This is ways you can redress your government, guys, by looking at what they're doing and actually speaking out against it. Redressing your government.
that building at Portage Manor, remember they started at 450, and when we were out there, like I think we or whoever's an expert in that, this is greatly exaggerated of what they're asking for. And like when we had that businessman we took the tour the other day, and he said he could knock that down for like 40,000. Like there's, yeah, so there's a disconnect. So I guess we need to go look at, could that something be done in-house down the road or whatever? But for us to be getting bids out for, what was that, 30 by 40 building, 450,000 is crazy. So, but that's the part of what Abby, and they're going to be increasing with the new code stuff and paying more attention to buildings that are horrible because there was never really a big budget. But I think the way I'm looking at it, we or me or whoever
we need to go find somebody that can take these down. At that price is crazy.
Hey, Carolina, what's up?
I just wanted to say that you guys are just discovering all this city stuff. Manuel Mata and I, we've been working on the city stuff, like these grievances and everything, or what redresses, for about a year and a half now. Manuel Mata is really good at this stuff. And it's like, at first I was like really afraid to go to the city council meetings. It's because it's something new, it's something different. But
it can be intimidating.
It's very intimidating at first, but now I speak at a lot of them and they hate me when I walk up there and speak. Because I mean, I always try to say something really fucking shocking, you know? But a lot of times, like there's like now, like there's they just sort of pat you on the head and send you on the way though. And they say, okay, we'll look into that. And then they just again and again and again, they just sort of pat you on the head and let you go. And it seems like you can redress, but you got that. The thing is that only like a small percentage of people participate in these city council meetings. Very small percentage of people go out and vote, because I didn't know anything about this shit for a year and a half. I didn't know all this stuff was going on.
They don't publicize it for a reason. They don't put it out there for the general public for a reason. They don't want the common folk going to it. They want the people that make more money, the people that maybe have higher educations. That's the people they want at their meetings. So when people like you and me, or anybody in the community go to these meetings and raise concerns and ask questions, it throws them off of their game. Yeah, and that's exactly what we need to do more of.
Right.
You know
what
I mean?
They took away. We used to get to speak at every meeting every week, and they took 2 of them away. So now we have just 4 of us. We're gonna hit all the colleges, all the law schools around here. And we're gonna try to pack the meeting next month, because they're going to vote on whether we can have our 4 back again instead of our just 2. You see? So, we used to get to speak every week at the meetings. Now they limited it to 2 weeks a month. So how we got around that is like they give you the agenda, right? And you look at the agenda and you see what you can twist to make it your agenda. So like we're approving some people that were getting, somebody was suggesting, we're going to hire this guy right here. Everybody say aye, everybody say nay, whatever. So I decided to speak on that one. And I talked about how I said, are we really going to trust this guy's judgment in hiring this guy? Did any of y'all look at his resume? Because as you know, this guy actually hired Taylor Stevens back onto the police force. The same one that killed so-and-so in the backseat of the car, blah, 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 blah. The same one that's after Harvey Freeburn. So then they say, they bang their gravel and they're like, get back on point, get back on point. So it's our only way to get through. So you have to kind of manipulate the system to get your ideas out. And they always outvote us anyways. I'm just going to try to get it all out real quick, and then I'll let y'all talk. The camera thing you are talking about, we have a camera thing here. It's called the Flock program. That's a slap in the face. Flock, like a flock of sheep.
Yeah, that's what it is in Indiana. Flock cameras. Yeah, they read your license plates and shit. Yeah.
But you guys voted it out. We didn't vote it out. You guys were able. I read in that Indiana, a lot of those people said that was Big Brother, violation of rights, and you guys got rid of them. We still have them.
No. I'm not in it. I'm from Illinois. Famously is dealing with the Indiana shit, and they still have them there.
Maybe it's Florida. I was reading up on it because I was trying to get rid of ours. I can't remember what state it was, but so what they're doing now is like you said, facial recognition, etc. So they can't stand it when someone steals a car and they can't catch them. They're using them to catch these little car thieves that are running around. And of course, they're only in the bad part of town, the cameras, right? So like 2 weeks ago, they found somebody that had stolen a car, so they went to go chase them. And this kid was probably 45 seconds ahead of the cop, and the cop plows 100 miles an hour through an intersection and kills somebody, right? Guess who got charged for that murder?
The kid running from the cops.
Exactly. And it's 45 seconds ahead. And the whole thing of the Flock program is so they don't have to chase them, because they can see where the car's going to end up. They're usually
that's why a lot of states are actually getting rid of their chase policies, because they put up so many cameras and can track you so quickly that they don't need to do that anymore. And they've realized that chasing people actually endangers more lives than.
I can totally put down.
They don't know that. They like to chase because it's fun. Think about it. Because 2 months before that, a 15-year-old died the same way. But here's something that's really going to be shocking. Is I put something in the private chat right there. They're pissed. I put this up. I put it on the city website too. I don't know if you can pull it up.
We can do it.
Can you do it? Yeah, you got to see this. I'll just briefly tell you what it is. It's only 4 minutes long.
You could have just said in the chat you want me to promote your shit.
No, it's not. It's
I'm
really.
just, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm
It
kidding.
has. I mean, I didn't get any views on this because it was all
You
city stuff.
trolling, brother. I heard that. You trolling.
You know, my stuff I do on the city, that doesn't get the views that other stuff gets, you know. But this is going to really freak you out. They're pissed at
Okay,
this.
hold
too.
on a second. Let me do this. This one right here. Then we'll do this. Right. We gotta go on this. Sent.
One of my videos actually got the Texas Rangers to come check out our DA too.
Share screen.
Somehow you can put it in the basement and make it a person. I don't get how that works because I haven't worked on StreamYards in a while.
I'm trying to find it here. Hold on.
So we have a lot of
4-minute video, 4.5-minute video. Here
yeah, you just play the first minute of 2 of it, and you'll see what it's about and see what they hate me for this one. So they're trying to get rid of gun violence here, and they're spending a lot of money on it. Like they should be teaching safety, not taking their guns.
Hold on.
So I was actually just happened to catch where I was downtown in a bad part of town, and
1 second.
Okay.
Did you see what you just did there, where you had your screen big and the 2 small ones next to it? Swap my screen for your screen, and then do the thing you just did. It's a big picture with little pictures next to it.
Yeah, it's not letting me change none of them.
Oh wow. Holy mackerel, what have you done?
That's good. But this is some of the stuff you guys can do too to piss them off.
Well, we just see it like that.
I don't know what's going on here. It won't.
I'd stop fiddling with it for a minute. There
I can't
you
even.
go. That's it. Just stop for a second. Let it finish.
You're going to die when you see what these people did.
What the hell is going on?
Oh, someone put.
It seems to be in the right arrangement now.
It's flock safety everywhere. I guess it's one company making those things, those flocks.
Right. Kind of like Axion. You know, Axion makes all the bad cams and dash cams and all that stuff.
Well, I think I just screwed everything up.
They probably got their recipe from China.
Carolina, give me just a second. I'm gonna remove you from the stream for just a second. You're still in the back room. Just hold on. Now, where are you at? Oh, I know what happened.
Right.
I'm so dumb.
Okay, you did good.
There it is. Okay, so I just was happening to walk along and this kid saw these cars just flying, you know, with their lights and sirens, and it was one kid and he had shot into the air like a couple of times over a store. So they were running through the neighborhoods looking for him. But that's what's playing in the background of the.
All right, let's check the video out here.
They went lights and sirens all the way up the street here. So VIP FFW, that's more. That's going all over the neighborhood looking for somebody. That's what they're doing. That's what it is. In the neighborhood, see them? They're all going up and down the neighborhood. Looks like there's probably a robbery over here. So there's probably a robbery right here. And so now they're going looking for them. They're running all around the streets looking for them. See, all these Eastern divisions right here. All of Eastern division. All of Eastern divisions right here, guys. So we got 2 across the street. We got 1 over there blocking the road. We got them all running around back here. They're all looking for somebody. Somebody that robbed that place, probably. Somebody that robbed that place over there. Had to be. There came 3 of them, lights and sirens, right up this way. Now they're running through all the parking lots looking for somebody. Be a zinger. Here's one right here. I've got their lights on. See, they're all looking for somebody. Running all around for the robber. There he goes. Look at him. Yeah, cause a wreck. Cause a wreck. Just like you did the other day, guys. Come on, man. That's not the way you drive like that. Come on, let's go. See, there they go. There's one parked up there, too. There's hauling ass. Like, where are they going? Oops, this is not working. There they all go. There they all go. There they all go. Oh, they got somebody. They got somebody up there. They put somebody in the car up there. They got somebody. Go up there and get them. See, they're getting somebody to put them in the car. They got somebody. They're putting them in the car. There's a point to this. You're going to die. She's got more compasses than that. Oh, they're all up and down over here.
What's that?
You're going to die when you see what's coming up on this little slideshow thing. It's going to knock your socks off. It's probably somebody that sold packs of cigarettes. Probably nothing. Causing all this alarm for what? Somebody that sold packs of cigarettes. I guarantee you it was nothing. It's a good phone number.
What the hell?
Okay, here it comes. Hey man, yeah. Maybe it's still something at that store, I think. But if it's just a pack of cigarettes, I hope they didn't do that. All these cars. Look at all these hot cars for somebody like that. Let's see what they sold. I'll find out. I'll tell you what, he better have stolen something good for all this bullshit. I hope he stole something good for all this bullshit because they
No, that little kid shot at us over there at the store.
That's what happened.
And they almost hit me.
That's what happened.
The bullet went over my head.
No!
I ducked down and the bullet went
You're
over
kidding me.
and hit
Like,
the car.
are you serious? Like you could feel it in your hair?
I could feel the
Oh shit!
And we didn't tell them nothing. We don't know them.
Yeah. How old were they about? Little kids?
Yeah, they're like 18, 19.
Yeah, those are little kids, all right. What was the point of shooting them?
Just because.
Just because. You know, but see, what they're doing is they blame it on these gangs, but there's no gangs here. There's no real gangs. They're just they're little cliques. There's little cliques. They could have killed you. Who else was that bullet close to you?
It was me and the lady that worked at the store.
Oh, shit.
We were outside smoking.
Did they not take your statement? They didn't take your statement or nothing? Well, they don't give a fuck. How come they didn't take your How come they didn't take your statement?
We didn't do nothing to them, bro.
How come they didn't take your statement? Yeah, fuck that. Wow. Never talk. Never. That's crazy, isn't it? They're looking for me. $851,000, and they won't open the books up for us.
That's crazy.
$861,000 for his nonprofit, an ex-felon or felon, right? With gang connections. $861,000 for his nonprofit. It came out of a grant that we got, and they split the grant all up. This guy's webpage looks like a 7th grader made it. He hasn't posted on his Facebook page. The money's just gone over this last 30 months. They won't tell us what they spent it on. And now this is going to get me in trouble because I'm posting this shit everywhere, right? This is money that they could kill me over for bringing this out. That's big money because the guy's not helping any of these people with gun violence. He's turning them over to the gang unit, the kids. So instead of
it makes you wonder how they get such easy access to all these guns too.
Well, how do they get easy access to $816,000? It's $1 million they got for what? He's got 5 directors. I went to their addresses. One's in a field. One's like in an office building somewhere. One's like in between houses. You know, sometimes they mess up on the addresses. So it's all faked. And they got $816,000. And they're doing preventative. So they're putting them in jail. They're making up charges on these kids and putting them in jail. Nobody trusts this guy because
it's absolute
$1 million
corruption all the way from the top to the bottom and then back up
everywhere.
And then
That's
right back down.
It's not just Fort Worth. It's everywhere.
It's the entire nation.
And I just discovered all this like through Manuel, right? And it's like so our council members are endorsed by the police unions and the police people.
Of course they are.
They get money for their campaigns.
That's how they get.
That's how they get elected because if all the cops go vote, all their wives go vote. Nobody else votes because we don't care. We're not involved in city council. Come on now, right? And then they vote on these things, you know, like the things that the money for the gang unit, the you know, oversight committee, should we have one or not? Anything that's police related, these people that took money for their campaigns get to vote on it.
You want to hear something even more staggering? You should hear how much fucking South Bend people connected to the fucking police department, how much contract money they get.
Oh yeah.
30 million.
And like they make their little contracts to like just $10 less than what they have to have approval for.
Think about that though. A city the size of South Bend giving out $30 million in contracts. That would be like Dallas giving out $3 trillion.
Yep, they spent $250,000 on bottled water for the city. You know, just who's the salesman in that? Who's that salesman related to? That
They have mermaids.
Do what?
That'd be a big commission.
Mermaids?
Yeah, they got to be in Fiji water, right?
But I suggest you guys, you start going to these city council meetings and speaking at them. Direct D's done it. Big Nick's done it. Amanda's done it. Freeman's done it. Dude, it's like big time drama when you start to get there. When you're there for after maybe 6 weeks, then you know who's who, what's what, what's up. People come to you and tell you secrets, and you know they want you to put things out that they can't. It's crazy. You know, like we ask our chief goes there, so we ask questions about the police, like why'd they kill somebody at the mall, you know, and just things. But that mic being hot, they talk the same way when they don't know the mic's on. I mean, when they know the mic's on.
Yeah.
They're untouchable. They think they're untouchable. We're nothing to them. We're peons. They have total disdain for us. They took away 2 of our times to speak. That's how much they care for us and our opinions.
Yeah.
Right. So this Facebook stuff that we have going on now, YouTube, now we can get those people out there. Like we got social media on our side.
Well, and another big key part of that is when you find people that are doing corrupt shit, don't just record it. Don't just post it on YouTube. File those federal complaints.
Yeah,
federal
but
complaints is going to be the only way around this, because when you circumvent the local level, they have to do something.
They're all in on it together. They're all in on it.
I understand that, but the federal government, if the more complaints they get, the more they're going to want to crack down on it. And then the ACLU starts getting involved. And then you have the situation like in Indiana where lawsuits get filed and fucking illegal, unconstitutional bullshit gets challenged.
Oh,
that's what needs done.
That's crazy.
That's what needs done.
You know, we have these judges that don't know what the First Amendment is. A lot of these judges that we have in Texas haven't even been to law school. They just voted in. So their clerks do everything. I mean, we all saw what happened to Direct D. How could that happen? How could that judge not take Direct D's side on something so costly?
And Art Hunter as well. They straight railroaded him.
Just how can they do that? And what about Travis Hines over in Louisiana? Reasonable articulable suspicion of a crime. And he still lost and got 30 days in jail. Did y'all remember that one last year? Travis Hines, when he was arrested in Louisiana?
He's been through several of them. One up in South Dakota, I think it was, too. That South Dakota or Iowa, I can't remember.
It's so obvious what is supposed to happen, and they just don't. You know, they just don't follow the Constitution or any of the precedents. You know, especially when you got these cops that are saying, "Oh, you're disorderly. You hurt my feelings," and they can't press charges against us, but they do.
Yeah, and ANCAP. So what we're going over right now is they left a live stream up for 2 weeks. Hot mic for 2 weeks straight. And thanks to Famously Unfamous, we're able to go over this footage, talk about it, create a dialogue within the community, and hopefully bring others in to show them exactly what's going on.
Oh my God.
That's what we're doing. You know,
it's funny.
Neither one of us are very big channels. I told him I would be more than happy to try and spread the awareness and get the message out there. And that's what it's about. I don't care about the views in the monetary sense. I care
Right.
about the views for the awareness sense. So
Yeah, it's all about
that's what we're going to do. We got 13 videos we're going to go through. We're on video 2. We're not doing it all tonight. This is going to be like a fucking HBO mini series, but
I think it's a good thing what you're doing.
I appreciate that.
Because like when we go to speak at the meetings, nothing happens, but we got it on record, man. We got it on record. That's what's important, getting it on record.
Yep, and that's what we're doing.
Yep.
You know, now by showing these videos here, there's another place where they're stored. So even if they strike him, we're doing it by the book here. We're stopping it every so often and discussing it. This is fair use.
No, this is not. They can't strike this because this is government stuff.
Well, they can.
Yeah.
They
can?
have before. Yes, they have. They've had people's shit taken down for posting fucking government videos. Yes.
What?
Yes, Carolina. Yes.
Videos. Yes.
It happens all the time.
All the time. In fact,
Oh yeah, I had a couple taken down myself.
I had a live stream that I did a few months ago that was all about the car chase question, whether or not it makes sense for them to chase something. And it was up for all of about 37 minutes. It got pulled down by an unnamed individual.
What?
Just gone, removed from my channel, no longer there, no notification, no email, I just told later, hey, where's that live stream? And I was like, it's not there.
It's not there at all.
Just gone.
That's crazy.
Don't you think it's weird that a lot of times when we're looking up these corrupt judges or cops or council people, that when you actually find their address and you go to Google Maps to look it up, that their house is all blurred out?
Oh, I never noticed.
Yeah. They pay like a motherfucker to have that done.
Maybe they're aliens.
We could hope.
Aliens.
Right now, I would much prefer that these people were all aliens and we just weren't part of the club. That would at least make sense.
It's a better fucking explanation than what's going on right now.
Yeah.
I don't have a legitimate explanation for what's going on right now. There is no legitimate explanation. And
yes, Blue Unicorn. Yes, I saw that. That was
Blue Unicorn.
That was fucking horrible.
That was horrible.
There you
go. It's funny how where it happened in the same place where something else bad happened. You know, that was where the lady, the dementia lady, got hurt there too. Had her arm broken.
Wow, famously, really? That's
it just
crazy,
vanishes like a fart in the wind. Like you'll be sitting
wow.
And when you back out and go back, it's just gone off your channel. No email, no nothing.
You've heard about the Wolverines, right, Carolina?
I just heard about it on your show.
Yeah, there's secret police tapes dating back 10, 15 years ago that involves it's all interconnected.
Why'd they save them?
I don't think that they actually saved them. I think people got a hold of them and saved them. But yeah, this is just.
But it's all, you're right. It's all interconnected within each city. I bet they are aliens.
Well, I'd like to be able to finish this video here if people are still wanting to listen to this here.
I'll be quiet.
Okay, yeah. He says play the video. All right. Here we go.
So, accidental demolitions.
Wow. We come right back to that. Did you hear that, Carolina?
No, I'm sure because there was never really a big budget. But I think the way I'm looking at it, me or whoever, we need to go find somebody that can take these down. At that price is crazy. So, accidental demolitions.
Accidental demolitions.
Right.
Around here, we call that.
No, I'm sure we can go find some contractors that would love to work. I'm sure we could find some contractors who would love the work. Because again, there's some people, well, we didn't get the right paper. We'll help you get the paperwork. You'd get it.
What I'm seeing on page 7, the big 7.
Yeah.
You take 200,000 out. We're up 583,000, 47%. So, you know, that's the questions for, you know, we go to the public. 37%.
John, do you have an opinion on?
This is not fitting.
We're down some spending in this budget. Yeah, something has to be cut out of this budget. I'm not saying it has to be this department.
Well, Matt, they're not entirely specific. They just say parcels and own properties.
Oh, okay. I'm being told that we've watched most of this one in the first part of the stream. So let me do something here.
I would hop it in like 5-minute bumps.
What's that?
You can bump it in 5-minute bumps unless this is just
As long as
recreation.
it can be explained, then people can make a decision on it. But the question I have for you guys, has there ever been any parameters given to all of our attorneys to say, hey, if I call you on the phone, like.
Other than the city, so you tell me,
Right.
what's code enforcement worth and remediation of abandoned buildings? I'm asking you.
We're talking about moving, it's worth it. It's worth it to move it and address the situation. We have a brand new code enforcement department who they are doing a hell of a job. We need to work with.
All right. So apparently the video earlier was is this video condensed?
Condensed and chopped up. And I think he said earlier that it was a little bit of all of the videos or several videos.
Right.
Okay. So I think that the video earlier kind of tapped on several of the key points.
Erie is now going to be in charge of all of the cameras in this building, which don't work.
Yeah, see.
And all of the panic.
Now listen to this.
When I think you guys asked the sheriff,
Carolina.
who does the panic buttons, da, 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 da. They said maintenance, maintenance said sheriff. So I ended that. So Mr. Erie is now going to be in charge of all of the cameras in this building, which don't work. And all of the panic buttons, we're missing 35. So that will all be his. So that's off Brian's plate.
Did you hear that, Carolina?
Panic buttons. Like, I thought, wow.
All of their cameras don't work. And 35 panic buttons are missing in
Where
this
are they?
building.
Why?
The building that we're watching this live stream on is the building they're talking about.
That's so strange.
So what we're going to do, since we covered most of this video, I'm going to go find something else here real quick. This will kind of explain the Wolverines to you, okay? And for people that may have missed it before, let me see if I can find it. Videos. Hold on just a second here. I'll find it. I'll find it. Give me a second. Trying to find it here. It was sent to me on my phone, but I don't have phone and computer synced up, so I can't bring it up. So
It's hard. I hate that too.
Well, let's just do this. I'll send it.
As you're doing that, I encourage everybody just go sit in one of your city council meetings. You don't have to talk. Just go sit in one. It's kind of interesting. You're going to really, it's going to be a trip for you. Just go sit in on one. It's amazing.
This is what we're going to do. Send it to myself in an email, and then I can get to it. Hate that.
and you're not going to believe this, but Manuel Mata, he's an excellent speaker. Unbelievable. He's powerful when he talks.
I like Manuel Mata. I had a long conversation with him backstage when I did his show, and he's powerful. You're right.
He's not only that, but he let me know when you get to sync. So I'll shut up. He's been requested like at different places too. Like they want him to speak. They had him speak in front of the family lawyer stuff. He doesn't have kids or anything, but they still wanted him to speak on it, and he could probably get some speaking fees if he worked it right because he speaks so well. It's amazing.
All right, we got it now. All right. This will explain the Wolverines in Elkhart, Indiana. All right. And this is for everybody, not just you, because I don't know if people seen this or not. So we're gonna watch it. Uh-oh. Yeah.
You got to keep shining your light in the camera. You Wolverines got to keep shining your light in the camera. Can I help you with something? I'm trying to look for Wolverines. Can you help me find them? Can I get your name and badge number? All three of you, please. Excuse me, sirs. Can I get your names and badge numbers, please? Excuse me, Wolverines.
They don't like to be called out, obviously. I love that shit.
Unit number 2572. I know I ain't got no good. 2577. The Wolverines are scared to give their badge numbers. 18918 on that plate. Unmarked car.
Fraction of your life to wander free, but losing everything is like the sun going down on me. Don't let the sun go down on me. Although I search myself, there's always someone else I see. I just allow a fragment of your life to wander free, but losing everything is like the sun going down.
This is Keith Cooper after accepting a multi-million-dollar settlement for his wrongful conviction in a 1996 armed robbery and attempted murder case in Elkhart. It's the largest wrongful conviction settlement in Indiana history, costing taxpayers $7.5 million. The cost for Cooper, more than 7 years in prison, away from his family, serving time for a crime he didn't commit. Now, Cooper's attorneys say he and others were targets of a rogue group of cops inside the Elkhart Police Department, dating back more than 30 years, known as the Wolverines. And Cooper's attorneys believe the actions of the Wolverines may soon make Elkhart per capita the exoneration capital of the U.S.
I was just told stories about it.
Issues as far as excessive force, brutality.
Everybody deserves justice.
They would lie, cheat, defraud.
And systemic misconduct existed.
Do we want to keep digging things up?
I always questioned everything.
I think I'm done.
Rage quitting.
Raise your right hand.
This is former Elkhart Police Chief James J. Ivory testifying in a sworn deposition.
I do.
This testimony is the first known record of a former or current Elkhart City official admitting to the existence of an all-white group of rogue cops inside the Elkhart Police Department that targeted minority neighborhoods for years.
Did you come to learn of a group of officers in the Elkhart Police Department who call themselves the Wolverines?
Yes.
Members of the Wolverines have been implicated in violating the constitutional rights of citizens in the Elkhart community.
Now you see what they did, where they said he was from.
They said Elkhart, right?
No.
Notre Dame.
Notre Dame.
Oh.
Now, see, what they're having done now is they're infiltrating all facets of the law, from judges, prosecutors, defense attorneys, everywhere. All right. From Notre Dame Law School. Now they're having to go back over their own people's cases, and people from Notre Dame are overturning Notre Dame's fucking people's cases. This is the level of corruption that's going on in this area. They're constantly feeding. It's a regurgitation of fucking corruption going on, and the more they regurgitate it, the worse it gets.
Of citizens in the Elkhart community, and predominantly citizens of color.
Elliot Slosser is an attorney who has investigated wrongful conviction cases in Elkhart for nearly 15 years. He's part of the Notre Dame Exoneration Justice Clinic, which uncovered the existence of the Wolverines.
Should people question what law enforcement have done in Elkhart over the past 3 decades? Of course.
You can hear him in this deposition questioning the former police chief.
The Elkhart Police Department by 1990 had a reputation for brutality against people of color. Is that fair?
Yes.
This deposition is part of recent legal action to overturn the murder conviction of Iris Seabolt, who was investigated by members of the Wolverines. Court filings in the Seabolt case describe the Wolverines as a white supremacist group targeting people of color in South Central Elkhart in the 90s.
Some of the members used the N-word when they didn't know I was around. Of course, as soon as they saw me when I walked around the corner, the conversation ceased.
Keith Cooper was put in jail by Steve Rizutko, identified by at least one former Elkhart police officer as a Wolverine, according to court records. Cooper was sentenced to 40 years in prison, convicted for a 1996 robbery where a teenager was shot. Cooper's attorneys accused Rizutko of manipulating witnesses with suggestive lineups, withholding evidence which could have kept Cooper out of prison, and deliberately creating false evidence and witness statements. Rizutko later resigned from the Elkhart Police Department following an internal investigation finding Rizutko had paid informants for sexual acts. He died by suicide shortly after learning about the Cooper case being reopened.
Nobody was like, hey, let's go look into those cases and see if the people who are still in prison every day should really have a shot at justice.
Keith Cooper spent more than 7 years in prison before new DNA evidence and eyewitness testimony from the victim saying he didn't commit the crime led to his release. Governor Eric Holcomb granted a pardon in 2017. Then, last month, the city of Elkhart paid an historic $7.5 million wrongful conviction settlement, the largest in Indiana history, according to the University of Michigan Law School Exoneration Registry. The second suspect in the case, Chris Parrish, saw his attempted murder and robbery conviction dismissed because of new DNA evidence and testimony, which led to a $4.9 million payout after a jury had found Rizutko deprived his constitutional right to a fair trial. At least 9 former Elkhart police officers have been implicated as Wolverines in recent court filings.
the question shouldn't just be who was a part of it and what did they do. Another question should be who knew about it? Why didn't they stop it?
During his deposition, former Elkhart Police Chief J.J. Ivory identified 3 men he knew as Wolverines. Bruce Davidson, a Fraternal Order of Police president who went on to rob 24 banks through 11 states, landing him on the FBI's most wanted list. Steve Ambrose, an officer involved in the 1995 killing of Derek Connor, which led to citywide protests. And Ed Winbigler, who went on to become the Elkhart Chief of Police.
They would all stick together, and regardless on whatever the issue might be, made me feel they would lie, cheat, defraud, or whatever it took to uphold their cause.
When Ivory took over as chief in 1990, he had a mission to change the culture inside the Elkhart Police Department.
Issues as far as excessive force, brutality, because of the Wolverines and the various divisions within the department, it was necessary for me to know who I could trust, who I couldn't trust, and to make sure that they were in fact abiding by our rules.
People wrote in to the Elkhart Truth, accusing officers of taking prisoners to the city dumping ground for interrogation. Fed up with the way Elkhart police treated the South Side, a 1992 arrest at the Washington Gardens public housing complex ended with as many as 200 neighbors throwing rocks and bottles at officers.
It was a very volatile time, and emotions were running rather rapid and rather high.
Over the years, the Elkhart Police Department has kind of taken it on the chin a few times.
Chris Seymour took over as chief in 2020 under similar circumstances as Ivory, tasked with changing the culture of the Elkhart Police Department.
Now I looked at it as an opportunity to steer the boat in not so calm waters.
Seymour became chief after EPD faced a 97-page report from the Police Executive Research Forum, commissioned as a response to this video. 2 Elkhart police officers beating a man handcuffed to a chair. The incident led to then Elkhart Police Chief Ed Winbigler to resign. Winbigler, one of the alleged members of the Wolverines, identified by J.J. Ivory, a group Seymour says he never encountered in more than 2 decades with the Elkhart Police Department.
You know he's lying.
Had you ever heard about it?
I'd heard stories.
This reminds me of Murder Inc.
Same thing you're saying. So
hold on, let me pause it here.
Yeah.
Let's discuss.
I'm not even from Indiana, and I'll remember that video right there.
Right. This is gangland activity perpetrated by the highest echelons of a police department. Virtually untouchable.
It's like they're the gangs. They're the ones. They're the bad guys. Can't believe it.
Dude, Murder Inc. was rough. They were serious, dude. And I'm sure the Wolverines were too. It's just New York, you know, Chicago.
And they're probably really petty. They're probably really petty on who they choose to send to jail. Like they might have just like looked at him funny, so they decided to send him to jail. Like what criteria do these people have to meet to go to jail innocent?
I don't know about these people, but Murder Inc. would specifically look for people wearing jewelry, having tattoos, especially face tattoos, dreadlocks, or afros. This was listed in the list of criteria, I guess you could say.
Precursors.
Right. Obviously, these people are criminals and should be in jail, so let's just frame them or murder them.
Yeah.
Do a literal hit on them.
They think they're cleansing us. They think they're doing good things by doing this.
I just don't understand why people are just so comfortably numb with the way things in the United States are going.
Because
Like,
it hasn't affected them.
what is it gonna take?
It has to affect them.
What is it gonna take for the blind sheep to take off the blindfold and actually look at shit?
It has to happen to them. And how many times have you seen somebody it happen to them, but they give this police a second chance? I mean, I don't know how many parole offices I've sat in where the parolees would say, "Why don't you just let that man do his job?" I'm like, "Whoa, you're on parole and you're saying that." It has to happen to them. I didn't care about this shit till it happened to me, really, seriously. And now I live and breathe it.
Well, I'm not a heartless asshole. I've always cared.
Yeah.
But I didn't realize exactly how widespread and how thick or deep it went until people started doing what we do now.
And plus, we're white.
That's what people don't understand, and that's the saying, "Back the blue until it happens to you." It's absolutely true.
I mean,
that people are not going to wake up and until it happens to them, and half of those still won't wake up.
Yep.
Oh, it was just it was an honest mistake.
Everybody in this chat, all the people we know, they all have that story that made them flip to our side.
I got one.
You got one?
Because everybody who's over here having this conversation can either point at someone they know or had the experience themselves.
Yeah.
I got hit with 19 felonies by a game warden. Pulled me over like a passenger in a car.
What?
Blue lighted and pulled my wife over while she was driving.
So what happened?
The car without permission. Just ripped the damn thing apart.
Just look for Famously Unfamous on Facebook.
Didn't even show up on the court date.
Wow.
Did it stick?
That judge threw out every single charge except for the one thing I was willing to
You're
plead
blessed. You're lucky. You're lucky on that.
Oh, he was mad. He got so mad.
Really?
He turned and looked at the chief of police. He said, "You get that game warden in here in front of me before I see this gentleman, or I am dismissing every single one of his charges."
Are you talking about a non-corrupt judge?
We have a very interesting police force. We have a sheriff here. He was chief of police back then. Now he's sheriff. He will not permit anything to happen that would interfere with him being a cop.
Wow. That's interesting.
When you get pulled over here, the officer walks up to your window and says, "My name is such and such. I'm with this division of police. And the reason I pulled you over is."
It's amazing.
It truly is nationwide, Famously, and until people, you know what, people don't even have to get involved with the movement, as long as they take the fucking blinders off and look around, and actually look at the truth instead of what they're spoon-fed. That's what it's going to take.
That's all I want.
I just want the bootlickers to quit licking boots long enough to actually fucking, bootlickers. You ain't got to say shit. Just look, research.
And
it's not that hard.
Mata told me, "Don't be mad at bootlickers." I'm like, what? Because they really don't know that they're doing anything wrong, because that's how you're raised. It's like, if I told you right now, you need to worship this fork, this is your new God, would you do it? No. That's how they're brought up, the way they are, and it's hard to change them.
So here's what we want to do, Carolina. We want this message spread out here. We want to get a new TikTok challenge going.
Ooh.
TikTok challenge is everybody go out and record a public official.
Everybody.
Record public servants. # record public servants. That's the new TikTok challenge. That's the social media challenge.
I mean, we tell people to film the police and they still don't.
But let's word it differently. Let's go about it differently. # record public servants. TikTok challenge. Anybody's got a TikTok? Make a TikTok video for a TikTok challenge.
I don't have a TikTok account, but I'll do it.
TikTok challenge. Record public servants. Everybody go out and record. Just stand there. You don't even have to say a word. And if you don't feel comfortable being up on somebody, stand back and just record. You don't have to go live. You don't have to do none of that shit.
Nope.
It's better when you're not live because you
Yep.
can get better Zoom.
Yep.
So stand back, record a public official, a cop, go into the courthouse or the DMV or
Go into
you
the
know
courtroom
whatever.
and stand right in front of the judge and do it.
Jody who says call it public servant, public employee instead of public servant. Yeah. I could kind of see that.
You
I
didn't
think
choose
I think it
that.
encourages more people to pick a camera up if you say public employee.
It's supposed to be a public service.
Of course.
Hence the term servant. Employees sound like they have
a choice.
Rights.
But we want to get as many people as possible to pick up a camera and do it.
My point is, whenever you take up a public servant position, you give up certain rights. You do. You acknowledge that people can now film you in the course of your duties because you are public.
Yeah, that should be put right into the contract that they sign too. That by acknowledging you're working for the public on the public dime, you forfeit your rights while on the job, on the clock. That needs to be a part of their training packet, if you will. Their welcome to the system packet. I could see that too, Dreamyland. That's another way of putting it. I can see your point on that. I can. They're a public employee that work for the corporation. I could see that. It's been a corporation since what, 1783, I think it was.
But another thing too is that these public employees, if they acted that way in the private sector, they wouldn't have jobs. They're so comfortable in what they do because, a lot of these city jobs that are posted, they already have the person chosen for that job, even though all these people apply for it. They already know who they're going to choose before they even put the posting up, right? And so they're so comfortable in being rude that they don't know anything else. I mean, I'm only rude to them if they're rude to me first, right? But they don't jump up to help you. They don't come to you with a smile. They don't, they're just so rude.
I had a couple hour conversation with Famously the other day, and he made a really good point that at some point, no matter how nice we start out, the moment we start being rude and shit and back with them, they're going to use that as a way to try and make new laws to push us back. So it's up to us to try and retain our composure and do things with a little bit, I don't know, different. We got to do it differently because I do think they're going to start trying to use that shit against us.
Well, what they've done here too, if you notice, if you've been to any courthouses lately, the new ones that they're building, you don't have any access to anything. Like the older ones, you go in, you got the big lobbies and you got the big counters and you got the people. But nowadays, everything's locked up behind closed doors and you have to have an appointment to get in. So it'd be like you have the big building, right? But then everything's locked. You have to get behind this other door to get this other door to this other door. And we can't even check on our public employees anymore because we can't even get back there to see them.
Yeah.
So they're designing the courthouses differently to keep us out.
Hey, let's finish this video up. Squatch wants to get some sleep, so let's get through this video. I got to see a face, or I can't let you up.
Is someone in the basement?
Yeah, I got to see a face, or I can't let you up. Sorry. All right, let's go to this video. Let's finish this out, and then we'll finish the stream, guys.
We'll stay away from that one.
Protect and serve shouldn't be just a slogan. It should be something that they can feel.
Elkhart Mayor Rod Robertson admits changing the culture inside the department and building trust with the community is no small task.
When you did hear about an officer or any of the police department being heavy-handed in one way, shape, or form, it reverberated inside of the community.
The department followed suggestions from the perf report to update its use of force. Every officer is now outfitted with body cameras and squad car cameras, and EPD has created an online reporting system for the public. The stats suggest there has been significant progress. According to the Elkhart Police Department, criminal arrests in 2021 jumped 46% from the year prior, while use of force dropped, and complaints on officers went down by nearly a third.
There's no finish line. It's an ongoing process for us. We're constantly evaluating and reevaluating everything that we do.
This new administration with the mayor and Chief Seymour is a bright light in an otherwise dark system of injustice. And I hope that the chief and the mayor continue taking efforts to fix things moving forward.
But Chief Seymour didn't appreciate the line of questioning regarding the Wolverines.
Do we want to keep, digging things up, or do we want to acknowledge that maybe mistakes were made or procedures were not in place to effectively do things? And now we have them in place and we're doing things what we think is right.
He made it clear past misconduct isn't something he's focused on.
Yeah, I think I'm done.
Well, and just to clarify,
What? Is Rage quitting?
Yeah.
Because you guys spoke about Wolverines. I think his own office. He's in his own office. Oh, wow.
I don't want to live in the past. Okay? I can't answer for what people did 30 plus years ago.
So what is being done today for people put in prison by members of the Wolverines? And if there was a pattern of misconduct, what is being done to investigate possible wrongful convictions for people still sitting in prison? Nothing.
Do you believe that the city should review any cases involving officers that were implicated in potential misconduct?
Not my job.
The city, county, and Elkhart Police Department all said they will not reopen cases or review past convictions that involved officers responsible for any of Elkhart's growing list of wrongful convictions. Elliot Slosser wants to see an independent prosecutor appointed to review potential cases of past misconduct, specifically involving members of the Wolverines.
We're not counting on a system that has protected itself for 30 years to somehow say, oh, we're going to do things the right way and look backwards.
Everybody deserves justice. That's what I would tell you. And nobody deserves to have their character assassinated because they made mistakes or whatever. They answer for their individual stuff, and
not while in an official capacity. No.
I don't have a time machine. I can't go back and fix all this.
But you can speak.
You can.
Asshole.
My job is to move forward. My job is to make sure that the administration that I have and the police chief that I have is applying the law appropriately. We will be there to assist whatever we are asked to assist in. But it's not our job, and nor my administration to investigate past administrations.
Not my problem, man. Not my problem.
Chief or any of those things. It's not my job.
Not your job. That is insane.
There are 2 pending federal civil rights lawsuits from overturned convictions that could lead to more settlements. And there are 3 pending post-conviction cases that could lead to more exonerations. While the city and county both said they won't proactively review cases involving officers with a history of misconduct on the job, both said they would comply with any legal action that comes their way.
That's killing your bags.
Elliot Slosser tells
I would be up like this,
as many as a
head up on
dozen
the
cases
bottom bunk.
filed to overturn
do something.
wrongful convictions.
The stadium seat.
So there's still people in jail wrongfully there.
So that kind of fills you guys in on who the Wolverines are and what they're dealing with in Elkhart, South Bend, Mishawaka, in the Michiana area.
Happy gets it. I was fixing to
Such a
say, you
nice
just witnessed a
guy. He was so
professional level.
nice. And then all of a sudden, boom.
You just witnessed a professional level of passing the buck.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Pro
Yep.
tier.
Well, hey, Caucasian, I appreciate you coming on and
Yes, sir.
helping me out with this. We will
my
continue
email.
this another
Hit me
day.
up.
Absolutely,
I'll
I
help
will.
you whenever I can.
I will keep the other video. Well, next time we'll be on episode 3 of the shit show that is South Bend.
Absolutely. I appreciate you having me, bud.
Yes, sir. It was a pleasure.
Me too.
Thank you
Carol,
again.
Appreciate you coming up.
Rest
Y'all have
well,
an
my brother.
evening. Sasquatch out.
I'm not leaving just yet. Sasquatch was just leaving. Thank you, Caucasian. Yeah, we'll go ahead and end it. Fuck, we're over 5 hours. Holy shit. Hey, thank you all so much for coming in. If you want to see what you missed, go back to the beginning, watch it again, or you can go over to Famously Unfamous's channel. He's got a lot of videos talking about the corruption over there, the Wolverines, the secret tapes. Yeah, I mean, if you guys want to continue, we can, but I think it's a 5-hour stream. No one's going to want to watch that over. Hosting a panel on Callahan's? I mean, it's a possibility. Doing like a trucking panel, talking about no, what? No, not this stuff on Callahan's. No. Just let someone else manage permissions. Oh, I don't care about the monetization. I don't really care about all that. These streams here that I'm doing, these going over the videos that we're going to be going over, it's not about that at all, Unicorn. It's about spreading it out there, getting this shit to as many people, helping Famously with his area, trying to get rid of the fucking bullshit corruption, because it can't continue. But no, if I was going to do something on Callahan's, it wouldn't have nothing to do with this. It would be trucker talk. Hell yeah, I want it to be a community, Johnny Bravo. Right now, it's more like a fucking neighborhood. You got different streets fighting each other, and it's fucking sucks. 3 of 13? Yeah, next time. Maybe during the day tomorrow, because tomorrow night I've got something going on. So maybe during the day. What do y'all think? No, Havoc, no. Telling Facebook on me? Really? Do I have to put you in timeout? Here, let me put you in the fucking steak sauce fucking participation award timeout room. Yeah, absolutely. Social chat. Yep. Absolutely. Boo. Yep. There's always gonna It seems like there's always going to be a fucking new tyrant ready to take over. Oh, no shit. Do we want to look at that famously? Let's see. What was his subscription? Yeah, I mean, they absolutely do eat their own. They're carnivorous in nature, for sure. Possibility. Yeah, we can probably think about that. Have them host it. Bright unicorn. Bakers don't get your support. Yeah. Well, depending on who you ask, you say that about me, Johnny Bravo, but whatever. Yeah, you guys go give that guy a watch. Go check him out. He's it's bad over there. Thank you, Johnny Bravo. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, that's true. A lot of people call someone else fake that don't align with their beliefs. You know what I mean? So to each your own. You guys go check this guy out though. Go watch this. It's Carroll County. You guys heard of the Delphi murders, right? Well, that's that area. So, all right, guys. Well, I am sitting at over 5 hours now. I appreciate you all sticking around with me. Stay tuned. We will go over, we'll do maybe a daytime stream tomorrow, and we'll go over a couple videos, maybe 3, depending on how long they are. You guys down for that? It'll be a daytime, so it won't be so bad. Thank you, ANCAP. Thank you, famously. Couldn't have done it without you, brother. Credit all goes to you, man. Miss you too, Blue. Man, you're going to have to start coming into Callahan's. Come over to the trucking channel. There you go, Havoc. Hell yeah. Well, you guys stay tuned. Tomorrow, I will try and set up a stream. And anybody wants to come on panel that I can verify. Sorry, Dreamy, but I got to verify it's you because of all the bullshit that people pull. Not saying you would, but you can put any name into the chat. So Danny's, thanks. Appreciate you, man. All right, Havoc. Have a good night, man. Yeah, you do need to, Blue. It's gotten a lot more chill over there, man. Denali Ryder, huh? What up? Kansas City, huh? Hell yeah. All right, you guys. Much love, peace, and bacon grease. And we will catch y'all tomorrow. Y'all stay safe. Stay free. See ya.